Hi guys, this is Allison from AllyKat Creations. How are you? Please like, share, subscribe, and hype any one of my videos or this channel, whatever you find, whatever. If you get anything from my work, connect on it. A new book to read, a new author to explore. Artwork we're gonna finish today. Please look underneath the video after this live is over, because there's nothing there. It's going to be blank. Go look. It's there. You'll see the information, and then you could help me out if you can. AllyKatCreations211.com is my website. There you'll see pyramids, skulls, candles, artwork, all kinds of goodies. And if you're interested in anything purchase-wise, please email me. That's also in the link description, because I do everything privately. Yay. I'm in rare form. Don't mind me. I have memberships. It's a really great way to support the channel. It helps me help you, help the humanity come to grips of what's going on. If you're interested, you guys get emojis. Beautiful emojis, handcrafted and pictured, that whatever fits, to be honest, because it comes with size. It's annoying. You guys get oracle card readings once a week. I usually charge $40 per reading per person. You guys are just getting a collective, and it's over an hour plus long. It is so worth the bang for the buck. 4 times a month. It's crazy. Crazy. And 40 members are going to get to work with me behind the scenes. I do videos for them, and they get to critique and give me some feedback on some of the stuff that I do with the quantum and the spiritual. We're still working on it. Allison's fine-tuning things. Time has been really wonkadoodle for me. We're going to get into it, but I just want to say hi to everybody. Hi, Scott. Hi, Maya. Hi, Charlene. Hi, guys. Sorry this is late. I had I don't know what's going, energies. Let's start there. Energy. Because what? Yeah, it's one of those what? What? That happened yesterday. The line's going down yesterday and currently going. That doesn't really look like much, okay? It doesn't. But let me assure you, that's not all, folks. We are currently at 8.7 frequencies. High. Okay, so but here's the real mind blower here. I posted this on my Facebook this morning. Hi, what's going on? Because that's a never. Hello to blackouts, and what the hell? The green just rose. There's yellows and pronounced reds. This isn't fucking insane. This right here, folks. This right here is batshit batty crazy. That right there. And I could tell you it played out today fabulously in our little elementary school that I work for. Wow, the nonsense, the emotions, the crankiness, the exhaustion. Wow, the exhaustion. I have kids that never, ever, ever sleep. I had kids sleep in my room. They are passing out. They're like, holy moly. Holy moly. Holy moly. That's all I gotta say about that. So today I got home and then I mean good things happened today, don't get me wrong. And my teacher had to go take a half a day. So there's some things that came up at the end of the day that me and her had to debrief on the phone with. So I was on the phone, and by the time I got to make something to eat, it was getting late. I'm like, I don't even know where to put a pull for a thumbnail. So thank you guys for bearing with me. NRGs. Not MPGs? Non-player. Sorry, guys. I don't usually do that on camera, but I'm at this point. I don't care. Energy, electric field. We had a blast off earlier the other night. Blast off. Not so pronounced today. Plot's high. The I'll show you the plot. The plot's that wee that's high for the plot. Usually it's energies are bad shit. We're also coming off of a full moon. We also have a freaking ton of placements, moving planetary shifts. Holy crap. Things are going bananas. Nanas. Nanners. Nanners. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Bananas. It gets better. Gets better. Okay, so I get home, I start making something to eat. I'm off the phone with my teacher. I'm looking around to figure out what I want to eat. I finally figured it out. And then I go and check on Little Thor's food. And then I see a raccoon. He's cute. I like raccoons. I don't mind raccoons, but I think this one has an issue. I don't know if it's where they go nuts. What is that called? It was on the tip of my tongue earlier. He seems to be okay. I think he's just injured. I think like one of his paws might be hurt, but he doesn't look clean. He looks more brownish, not as fat as the other ones, and he's eating away. And I just needed to get the bowl that he was like trying to steal, and I got him. And I went downstairs from my upstairs deck to see where this guy might be, if he's like, if it's a mommy. Hi, disabled army veteran. If the raccoon was, because I last year had a mom that gave birth to two baby raccoons last year around this time. This is about that time. No, he wasn't foaming at the mouth. But I'll get into my close call scare in a second. So I go downstairs. I look in Little Thor's mansion. It doesn't, it's been warmer here. Today was a heat wave of 35 degrees. No Little Thor. I haven't seen him in a few days, like 2 days actually. Normal if the weather gets a little warmer. No baby P. And then I'm looking around to see if I see any like raccoon babies or whatever have you. And that raccoon was nestled, scared as a shit, by my leaf compactor thing and a chair. Like upset, clearly. And I mean, obviously, if it was Rabbit, it would have went after me. But I go upstairs and I clean the dish and I go out to pour more food for him to eat because I feel bad if he's injured or something. I don't need a dead raccoon on my, hi Farley, on my backyard. I don't need him to attack Little Thor, or a baby P. So I'm just trying to satisfy his hunger. And normally after they eat, they usually leave. I don't have many of them that linger. As soon as I opened up the door, I didn't see the little shit. The shit was like near my other window. He almost came into the house. And Freya was right behind me. And I usually like make sure she can't get out. This thing almost came in, and I don't think he was not hissy, but he had a little hiss. And he's like, I'm not taking your food. I'm giving you food, bro. What's wrong with you? What is wrong with you, Mr. Raccoony Garbage Trash Panda? Here's Trash Panda. I tried taking a little video of him. You can't really see, it's hard to see. He's not as big as the other raccoons that try to come on my deck. And usually they come about late at night. Like this is during the day. So I do think there is something wrong with the baby. I don't think it's a baby. I think it's like a younger, like adolescent raccoon. I feel bad. I don't like to see hurt animals, and there's nothing really I could do about it, but try to do the right thing and give him some extra food. So I did that, but now I have to like leave the food inside until I get home because I don't have an unlimited supply of food. I have plenty for Little Thor and Baby P. I can't add a raccoon to that mix. So he's really cute. Oh, there's a good one. I hit your face. Look at that face, Trash Panda. Trash Panda. Oh, goodness sakes. I oh, all right. I'm not against baby trash pandas. I think they're stupid cute. Problem is, I would if I were to adopt a baby raccoon and bring them in, I have to have them as they're born, like a kitten. Because they can be trained. I've seen people train raccoons and grow a bond with human, but you got to do it when they're so young. I very rare that you get a trash panda that is really um pleasant. And this one was really hungry. He seems like to have an injury, maybe. He scampered off, and I didn't like the way he walked down to my lower deck. So I'm a little like I'm hoping he's okay, and I'm hoping that he doesn't have a scriff with Little Thor if Little Thor decides to show up. Little Thor is huge right now. Testosterone City. Uh, I just don't need anybody getting whatever that not okay raccoon illness is that makes them go nuts. And I don't think he's rabid either because he actually not foaming at the mouth and responding to me like, hey, but I felt really bad, so I was dealing with that also and trying not to have this raccoon come in my house. Yeah, I I feel bad for this guy, and if I could feed him a little bit at Baby P made the mess with the bird seed, and I think that's what's drawing everything up there. It's been wet, so it's really hard to get off my deck. And I still have the birdies coming, so Freya's all in her heyday during the day, watching the birds. So I don't want to take the seed off my deck, like they can come and eat it. But it's drawing. Little Baby P did that. He spilled it to eat the seeds. And this little guy ate almost all of the little Thor's food. So I gave him the rest of it. Yeah, I can't have my house torn up. I already have Freya's hair on just about everything. And I'm already washing and trying to like hold back for energy purposes because those bills are high and they're very hard to maintain. So yeah, energy is ridiculously high. I had like a crazy channeling yesterday. If anybody did not watch The Hermit's Journey, don't ask me. It was nuts. I wanted to do the Owaspi. Oh no. That's not what Spirit wanted. I did not like I said, I everything comes synchronistically for me when I do the readings. I haven't touched this book in almost 20 years. Arthur Schopenhauer. I'm gonna go through it. But wow. Wowie, wow, wow. Wowie, wow, wow. Bananas. So thanks to all of you and your voting every day. Freya is still number one. We got 2 days, 3 hours, 11 minutes. There's a 211 right there. Um, vote for Freya. Let's get her to number one. Let's get her to number one. I would love to have her on Modern Cat magazine. I don't know what that entails, but I would never give her, give them that. But she's just playing with my hat right there. This is where she's the cutest with those eyes. But I should have like did a chat GPT before I uploaded my yoga mats and all the stuff that I have thrown back there. Um me during Christmas. I mean, this one's hysterical. If you get the context of I'm the spoon child in the Matrix and she's Neo. I mean, a lot of people don't get that, but if you can do so like every day, if you have a Facebook account, it's free. Go and vote for Freya. I really appreciate it. And it wouldn't be number one if it wasn't for all of you doing it. So thank you. It's like America's Idol. You have to vote every week or every day, whatever. Holy crap. It's a marathon. They actually gave me like a poll or something to fill out, like a questionnaire. And I'm like, you dragged this out a very long time. That's a lot. That is a lot. A lot, a lot. So today we're going to finish. I don't know why cats. It's my last name. I'm a cat person. I like dogs too. Don't get me wrong. I like dogs. I just can't have them. I'm not home long enough for a dog to get the love that it deserves. Freya is doing her thing and she's happy chirping at birds all day. And then she comes and lays in my lap and falls asleep on me. Cutest thing, but she likes her independence. Cats rule, but so does dogs. I just happen to have cats. Um, so I have right now drying the love. I found one. And we're gonna put love and we're gonna Mod Podge it. But it's still the love is still drying, so I'm not gonna Mod Podge. It doesn't make sense to whip out the Mod until that dries, and it should be drying in like 10, 15 minutes. And then we'll do that. But then I have to be unprofessional and take all my professional gear off. Hello. How are you? So baby P, I was like in shock to see my possum, my baby possum, the little baby. Now he's getting really big. He better stick around, that little guy. He better stick around. I don't like ticks. And if that, I will feed that possum forever as long as I stay here. If I'm not here, he's probably going to have to find a new home. But you can have all the ticks in my backyard as you please, Mr. Possum. White possums are amazing. They eat the ticks. A lot of them. I'm cool with that. You can eat away, Mr. Possum. Baby P. Always be a baby to me. I also have, I don't know what I'm doing with this, and I don't know if we're doing anything with this, but that might be on the option table. We'll see how long that takes for me. But once again, energies are batshit crazy. And as we are listening to a lot of the quantum work and doing somatic work in your nervous system, trying to tune in, the spirit dropped me down the line yesterday. Go back to your existential stuff, Allison. You got to go back. Okay, why? Go look through your books. What? What? It talks about society. It talks about society. It talks about Aristotle. Peace of mind is impossible without considerable amount of solitude. Accordingly, it cannot be said that the love of solitude is an original characteristic of human nature. It is rather the result of experience and reflection. And these, in their turn, depend upon the development of intellectual power and increase with the years. A man of intellect is like an artist who gives a concert without any help from anyone else, playing on a single instrument, a piano, say, which is a little orchestra in itself. Loneliness and solitude have their evils. It is true. But if you cannot feel them all at once, you can at least see where they lie. On the other hand, society is insidious in this respect, as in offering you what appears to be the pastime of pleasing social intercourse. It works great and often irreparable mischief. This book is gold. I really love him as a philosopher. His work really did save my life. The World as Will as in Representation is one of my top 5 books that I've ever read. Not easy to read. That is one of the hardest books I've ever read. Aristotle's Metaphysics is pretty deep too. That just references a lot that if you don't read the other people, you're kind of lost a little bit, especially in volume 2, which I didn't get much tackled in. It's heavy and dense. But when I got through the book, I started realizing how somebody in Germany and in Europe in 1800s, obviously they're set in their ways, they're set in society, but yet these philosophers sat there and really thought and analyzed society. And from their objective point of view, Schopenhauer is not as critical to society. He's more objective and more balanced in his approach. He's more optimistic in his philosophy. Obviously, he has a book called On the Suffering of the World. I've read and done a couple of videos on that. It's a choice. It's a choice. But what Spirit really brought me to, because I just opened up a page and my mind went, what? Hi. Hi. So if you're listening to Quantum Unlocked and Quantum Mind and all the quantum things with the AI voice giving you like talking about quantum stuff and nervous system stuff and how to observe and collapse the wave, your manifestation and why we're in the null zone and tuning and receiving all that fun shit. They really haven't gotten to the videos yet because we're not there yet as a collective. How to co-create reality. We are learning how to independently co-create reality right now. Meaning I'm collapsing the version of me that already exists in a higher density form that I am merging with. That higher self that has the better job, the better pay, the better life, all those things will come into play, meaning I still have to do work here, not really force it, but just do my everyday, live in the moment and go for it. And eventually it lands, right? The opportunities start coming, win after win starts coming, and all these things culminate. But that's just for Allison. That isn't for all of you, right? Hi, El Sunray. How are you, sweetheart? So yesterday, what spirit really brought me, higher self, spirit, whatever you want to call it, label it, it's just a beginning conversation, right? I don't know where the quantum people are going to take, like how to co-create society together, but it's a fascinating concept for many of us who are in the void, who are not yet birthed into the new reality, but we're not in the old, and we're in this middle in between ping pong match of ping pong, ping pong. What do we want society to look like? How do we want it to function? That's huge. You can't tell me that's not a huge concept. That's huge. And why I like going back into philosophy is it's showing you human nature and obviously his perspective, but he is very optimistic and trying to get people to see both dynamics balanced. Where Nisha will give you more of the nihilistic, it's nothing anyway point of view. And not that Nisha is a nihilist, it's just he's existential. He's seeing a bigger picture, but like his writing is, it can hit in a very sore spot if you're not objective to it. Schopenhauer, on the other hand, is really giving witness to the thing in itself, but saying if we're all one and we're all God and we're moving on up to the east side, well, the new reality that we are collapsing, obviously, we want prosperity, abundance, harmony, unity, and love all in one shot. We want freedom, we want sovereignty, we want all these great things. How does the society function in those new tunings, those frequencies? This is where when we start getting out of learning how to individually shift, because everybody's going to shift differently. Everybody individually shifts differently. Don't think that my way is going to be your way, and don't think that any one method is right or wrong, because it all applies. How do we look at society as it stands right in the moment? And yes, there's major shifts coming. Major shifts are coming. We're seeing them now playing out in the circus sideshow attraction of a movie right now. Right now. We're seeing it playing out. I'm not paying my mind to it. It's just collectively going through my feed and going, I keep a close eye on the ChatGPT chick that talks to Sage. Because that's also a program to an extent. It's all a program, everything is. But he had something very genius to say. That the people that are oh, I don't have a good stick. Carrot on a stick. He's gonna save the world, Allison. Oh my God, he's God. He's God. He's the Savior. He's the Lord. He's coming back to redeem us. He's just a human being. If that, and I doubt that the version that you see playing out on the news and social media is real. Which one? Which version? All of them. Did you see somebody's wedding photos? I just like to see dresses and decorations. To be honest, I'm not looking into the politics. Just for funsies, Allison's funsies, how many of those people looked real? Answer that for yourself. Yeah, and we do save ourselves, but collectively, this is what Spirit was bringing me to yesterday. Genius is like looking at how people viewed society and how they view it now, going from like the 1800s, because this is where like they had a period of depression and the spiritual movement was starting to come into play, like where the Curtises, Blavatsky, Manly P. Hall, like a lot of brilliant work was done during the Tartarian time. And obviously that reality shifted. We shifted out of that reality, but a lot of the intellectual conversation and books stayed. Not everything shifts. Like the Fruit of the Loom, the Monopoly guy with the monocle, and like that stuff, it didn't go away. It just shifted its identity. How we perceive it shifted. We've been jumping timelines. If you don't believe in a timeline, that to you, if you're an 80s baby especially, and younger, like from 80s, the 80s, like I want to say maybe early 90s and back, you're remembering things a certain way. And at some point we shifted. I want to say between the harmonic convergence of 87, we were supposed to shift out of this bitch in 2000, debatable 11, 13. If you haven't gone to my Facebook channel and found the Patty Broussard interview, it is, I don't align with everything Patty says. I spoke to Patty personally a few times. Beautiful human being. I have nothing but good positive energy for Patty, but there's some things that are a little on the egoish side, and some things I just hold outside of my realm because it's Kim Gogan crap. and I don't buy her story either. Like Patty's manipulated, but Patty has to hold a certain spot somewhere to be safe. Kim Gogan at the moment might be his safe spot. Her, he, she, safe spot. But Patty was the one who looked at my Draco photo, and this is prior to me moving to Indiana, and was able to project one of herselves into my house to tell me exactly what was happening with my Stargate. It was infiltrated. It was still in 3D. And ushered me to find people to help me, which they came on to clear the energy out of the house. I mean, through me, but help me clear my house and close the gate. Patty gave me that insight, and I can't thank Patty enough. If you listen to what Patty says about 47, I'm alignment with that. And if we go to our friend that passed away, James Rink, I'm also in agreement with Patty. That wasn't necessarily all of James Rink. James that we saw doing Super Soldier Project was a clone. I actually felt that talking to him. Like I felt, a clone doesn't mean you don't have a soul. Don't get me wrong. It's just a fractured soul. So James was in that vessel, just not the totality of James. It was a clone. And his clone failed. That's what we saw. A clone failure. That was James. And I believe that because I picked up that energy talking to him. And I spoke to James on the phone. Now, I'm not speculating. I don't want to put falsehoods out there because, again, you make your reality the way you want to make it and perceive it. I'm just saying there's some shady crap going on, and it's going to get crazy out there. Now, how do you not get entangled with the noise outside? Asking yourself at this moment in time, from yesterday's viewpoint, when you're doing your alone work, your hermit's journey, what are you focusing on for yourself? But there's others in mind, right? For me, the end goal is to get to a point of financial sovereignty so that I could do the humanitarian work of helping others financially. It might not be big, but it might be doing something for somebody because it matters, because someone lost their job, because someone can't afford the rent for the month. And it's not necessarily enabling somebody to get, it's just to give a hand, to raise them up. I've done it for others. When I had it and I give it, I have it and I give it. When I don't, I'm up shit's creek, right? I want to be that person again. I want to help other people. I do it spiritually anyway. I don't charge much for my stuff. If you do the homework and compare like what I do with my pyramids and all the other artwork, I'm not really making much. I'm not profiting much, but I'm also doing it because I want somebody to get healed. That's more important to me than financially having food on my table sometimes, right? That's important too. We don't need me to be grumpy Ally. But so my end goal of collapsing the higher version of myself that has the better prosperity, that has the financial sovereignty, that has more time to give to others. Because right now I'm like in the clusterfuck of like I wake up and then I have to see what the weather is like to figure out if I'm walking or driving. Then I get my day going. And then by the time I get to work, I'm still like uploading and sharing a little baby P and Freya videos just so I could put a smile on someone's face. And then I'm working all day trying to keep kids from killing each other. Killing me at in the end. And then by the time I get home, I'm like, ooh, coffee, please. And then doing videos takes time. Doing readings take time. Life takes time. So in the journey itself, when we start understanding how we collapse and we start seeing the results, Spirit wanted to put the little ding dong in the ear and say, well, the energy is getting a lot more heavier now. We are elevating right now again. And we've always been elevated, by the way. This is nothing new, but we're more cognizant of it. We're more aware of the energy. We're more aware of our surroundings. We're more in tune with how these things are affecting us, right? As before, we would always scapegoat to, oh, well, the flu is going around, or, oh, well, I just didn't get enough sleep last night. We're now questioning, okay, why didn't I sleep last night? Oh, I had that crazy dream. Now you're going in and asking self the whys. Surface level, it doesn't matter. You're asking self, why do I feel out of tuned? Should I go out and balance today and ground? Or if it's too cold outside, okay, what can I do to ground in the house? If you don't have a grounding mat, if you're not talking into your water, if you're not taking the bath, not everybody has those capabilities, but what are you doing and what are you looking into to ground? So we're going in and really self-exploring with our intuition a lot more than we have in the last 10 years. I'm not saying that none of you are not intuitive and haven't done it your whole life. I just think as a large totality of people, more people are starting to be bodily aware and aware of their needs and a way of going inside themselves, being more in tune with self. Does that make sense? And when we have that awareness that more people are tuning in and that us are tuned in to the grid, to ourselves, the next step and the next level after the shift, whenever your shift happens, it's going to happen differently for everybody and at different time frames. But when it does happen, then you start having to learn how to co-create with everybody else. And we're not there just yet. But last night was a preamble to, hey, why are you trying to collapse the wave function in this branching of reality, of your highest excitement, of all the dreams you've ever wished of coming true, that are truly for your soul's purpose, not for your ego? How do we want to look at things functioning? And it's a very good question. Because as some of us that have been in a specific movement have seen that things have sort of been planned out. And that there are going to be collapses and there are going to be things that go down. but we're not ever really hearing the plan of what it's going to look like when it's done. We're only projecting our own assumptions on how the Articles of Confederation might be employed, how the original Constitution is going to be employed. Well, anybody in the military is like, well, we went under the one of the corporation. We didn't take an oath under the republic. I don't I can't answer those questions. But what I do know is, do we even want that structure? Do we want it? That's beautiful, El Sunray. I do similar. Um, every morning's a little different for me because I have Freya sometimes waking me up, and she's my alarm clock sometimes. And sometimes it's at 3:30 in the morning, and sometimes it's at 4:15, and sometimes it's a little after my alarm goes off. It depends on her. So sometimes I'm up and then I go back to sleep for a little bit, take a little short nap. But I'm always at some point in the morning doing a meditation, grounding my energy, putting my bubble and my shield and my Merkaba and my plasma and the dragons and the whole nine yards. I do all of that before I even get out of bed for the second or first time, depends on Freya. She dictates a lot in my life. Um, she does. It's great. But I've been listening to a lot of the programs that you're listening to for the somatic stuff, for the broadcasting system, and now you're in the void, and here's the last initiation. It's as if it's writing itself for us. And I'm not saying AI is bad if that's where it's coming from, because this does really resonate with me. And my guides, and I'm sure your guides won't let you listen to shit if it doesn't hit somewhere. Right? Obviously, we get a test, but I don't like obviously I'm discerning some of the things that I'm listening to and really only taking what lands, as everybody should be doing that. What do we want society to look at? How do we want people to function in the new world? Especially if there's still contrast and if people didn't go through their ego deaths, and a lot of people won't. I would say we're one of the first waves of people that came in to bridge heaven to earth. And how do we want that to look, and how do we balance it out societal wise? That's big, that's huge manifestation right there. That's a lot of energy. Not because we can't do it, just we got to all have some commentary similarities within our field for how we want people to show up for us, respect us, value us, and make us feel like everybody has a place in this world and not just a few. That if you go back into high school, the social classes, you had the jocks, you had the rockers, you had these people and those people and this and that, and everybody kind of segregated each other into groupings. Why? We still do that today as a human collective. We do. We don't see each other's as souls. Most people see each other as their color, their race, their creed, and separation, separation, separation. Mm. 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 So, what was yesterday, guys? It was Groundhog's Day. Allison loves Groundhog's Day. I do. I love it. You know why I love it? Because Staten Island has his own Staten Island Chuck. I'm gonna see if I can pull up a Chuck. That ain't working. Let's see if I can get some pictures. I think I posted some pictures. I wasn't there. BBP. Okay. News to Allison. Okay, not from Indiana. You know, I just moved to Indiana. Okay. Who is Woodstock Willie? Where is Woodstock Willie from? Is this Chicago? Does Chicago has its own groundhog? Woodstock Willie. Mother effer predicted spring. But Staten Island Chuck and Puxatawny both. This is Staten Island Chuck. Staten Island Chuck actually from, and I don't like Noah, the you know who NOAA is. It's a stupid government agency. But Staten Island Chuck, the groundhog, predicts, and I don't believe the groundhogs actually predict shit. But it's a cute little, I like it. This little fucker said winter. But look how damn cute he is. That's Staten Island Chuck. I'm proud of our Chuck, even though I'm not there anymore. Woodstock Willie, I don't know what goes on. And then, you know, because of AI exploding itself, the memes about Puxatawny is hysterical. And there's this little mutt face, mutt little man, Puxatawny predicts 6 more weeks of winter. And they've been blasting this poor Puxatawny and not Chuck, so I'm okay with it. And by the way, they do cycle out the groundhogs. It's not, they don't have just one stupid groundhog. They have multiple groundhogs. Mayor de Blasio back in the day killed Charlotte, the groundhog. But they said it was Chuck that died. No, it was Charlotte, the groundhog, Chuck's girlfriend. So they have multiple groundhogs. They don't have just one, and they just choose one that is less likely to freak the hell out around a lot of people. They're under the ground and they come out to eat and they're adorable, but they choose the ones that are more sociably like chill. So they all these zoos have multiple groundhogs. And if they tell you otherwise, I call BS on that crap. But for weather updates. Here we are. That I love. I love, love, love. Love that. Love that. I'm going to check on my sign in a minute. But honestly, I mean, all animals to an extent will tell you if you really look in nature and you look at the behavior of animals, and you're starting to see the bears come out of hibernation and all the other hibernating animals starting to come out. You're looking at the birds migrating. When and around the date that you're starting to see them coming out and moving up north or going down south, That really does determine like the shift of seasons because they have an innate knowing inside of their system when things are shifting. The electromagnetic field is going back crap crazy right now. So we don't necessarily know what the animals are going to do because the field is so crazy right now. And that affects animals completely. That's how they get around. They use the field, the quantum field, by the way, to navigate. Sonar, frequency, dolphins, whales, they get around by frequencies. Birds do the same thing. But they also have things in their systems, nervous systems, to pick up on the field. And when you start seeing movement in the field, you start seeing animals coming out of the ground, you start seeing things come back to life, you know that the season's shifting. I mean, that's just, the natural way of looking at things. Does a groundhog really predict anything? I don't know. I don't honestly think so. They're just really cute, but they're rodents. They really are. They're fat little cutie pies, and I love them anyway. So that's why I like Groundhog Day. I really do. I love it for that. I do. Okay, I'm gonna go grab my sign. Hang on. I will be right back. Bum, 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 da, 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 da. Grabbing my sign, da, 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 because I had to spray paint. Do, 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 do. Got to spray paint. Do, 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 do. Ba, ba, ba. Ba, 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 ba. Dip, dee, dee, dee. Ba, ba, da, boo. Da, 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 da. Ba, ba, da, da. A scam call is calling me. Ba, ba, da, da. Da, 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 da. I got gold finger. It's a copper finger, by the way. Sorry, guys. I'm back. Copper finger of doom. I'm wiping it on canvas. Oh, dear goodness sakes. I have head too. I just at this point don't care. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I hope my Mosh Podge is all right. Um, let's just say that in we also sometimes can predict things, but we've just been so dumbed down with frequency. And that's another thing that yesterday came through, but I didn't really speak upon. I was going to wait for today to do it as I craft. Does Allison have divine neutrality? Absolutely. I am divine neutral. But I do know that evil and good exists in the same paradigm. In the same breath, it's all bananas. So, some of the info that Patty was driving at was ego-based. And I'm not saying that, again, people have their own dichotomy of what they are and what their souls do and how they do it, and I'm cool with that. There's just some things that when people speak, it's just more of like so fun times. Patty did say that 47 is in another dimensional space, another Earth, parallel, the real one. the one that's still alive, the one that's grandpa, that looks like grandpa. It doesn't look like he got the facelift and it is the real height and the whole 9 yards. And the family is on another reality that he's going to play the role. And Patty's always said this for years, decades, that your soul chose a paradigm to play out in. And when you're ready to shift, you're going to shift to the reality of where you're going to play. If you're a very hardcore Christian, you're going to play out that paradigm, how it is written in the Bible. That goes for every religion. You're going to go to the reality in which that paradigm plays out, because somewhere your soul needs to have that happen, whatever. Either to reconcile with itself, to play a role in it, whatever it may be. I'm not here to judge it, but that's what Patty was saying. And the thought came across Allison's brain stream that made me question some things. Is it because of quantum physics that I can't collapse what I need now? Because it says it's instantaneous. That if I'm entangled to a particle, that particle is acting and striving and doing exactly what my brain, my field is telling it to do. So why isn't in coming in quicker? I get it. It has to densify. It has to orchestrate itself out energetically in the field. I definitely understand those components. But it feels like it's still a carrot on a stick, that it's a waiting game and a patience game. But how long does the patience go for? And it could be like for 25 years. If you're not seeing change within 6 months of something, why are you still doing it? You know, I can ask myself the same question about my job. It does not pay me enough, and obviously I can't feed myself. I can't get my bills paid. And not because I'm not working. I'm working my ass off. So what needs to change? The job, obviously. But why am I still there, and why hasn't it decohered out of my field? Because my mission is with the children for the now moment. That's my soul's mission. Can't take away that. Other things in my life that doesn't need to be there, gone, bye, decohered. Bye, Felicia. Adios, arrivederci. But are you guys under, like, do you guys see this in your paradigm? Are you witnessing these things? And what I mean by witnessing is, I honestly, like the time crystal, I read an article almost a year ago about the time crystal and how I believe within the crystal there's frequency that's being interfered with. That's changing its coherence and tuning in inference and interstatics, that's diluting things and making things odd. I believe that I picked up a little bit of that yesterday after like doing a lot of questioning and like doing these quotes and stuff that I read out of this book. I'm curious what is being pumped into the frequency of this realm. No one said manifestation. You know, if people ever say manifestation is easy, it is not. I'm sorry. I don't know what you. I feel there is a block and it's not within ourselves. That was something I questioned yesterday. I'm like, am I blocked? Is one of my chakras, one of my whatevers in my body blocked? Am I still stuck on a loop of thinking that is subconscious that I have to purge? And it's not a doubt. I'm not doubting. I'm just questioning. If we don't question, we don't get our answers. And I chose things in my collapse, in the observation of the architect, looking at what I built for myself out in the realm of every possibility. And I know that Allison thick-headed subconsciously knows that what I chose to say in affirmations, and I'm arriving at the reality of financial sovereignty, I'm arriving at the reality where I meet my partner in crime for life. I'm arriving at the reality that my YouTube channel is getting 100K subscribers. Whether that takes the long road or the short road, I chose things, you can call them goals, you can call them that I know for without a shadow of a doubt, there's no doubting even in the ego space that I can't achieve that. There's no doubt in my mind that I can't get to those things. Those are not out of the realm of impossibility. There are very possible things. They're not things that they might take time. It does take time for things to mature and to grow and to take off. Absolutely. I'm not saying it doesn't. But there's some other things in this world that I'm noticing that feels off frequency wise. I tune in, I tap in, and I know some of you do as well. And I just feel that there is an infestation. I don't want to say it's an infestation. I don't want to say it's infested. So if we're looking at Daniel Scranton, Bashar, and all these beautiful people that channel, and you listen to them, I listened to some of Daniel's, I caught up a little bit on some of the stuff that he puts out. And then I'm listening to Alexandra Quinn and the Arcturians, and then some people are doing the Palladians, and I'm listening objectively, of course, not having an opinion either way. It's just, oh, okay, cool information. Then I'm thinking, well, does each of these factions have their own agenda? And if each of these factions have their own agenda, even if it's for the good, here's where the problem is, right? Here's where my problem stands. Even if it's for the good, they're still trying to take control of something. Even if they're trying to help us get out of here or whatever, move up and create a new dichotomy, it's from their standpoint. It's the energy they're sending us. It's the energy that, okay, we have to help them because we fucked them over so many eons. Now it's our time to do right. Okay, but then each of them have their own ego to an extent, or their own like way of seeing the world and how it should operate, that they're sending this, they're sending that, they're sending this. And then when it gets down in density, then you got these little loopy guys who interfere with the downloads and sometimes interfere with the quantum field uh via entanglement. So they might not even be on this planet entangled to us because we are them, they are us, sending back some distortion that is cramping my style on this field. I'm not saying that it's out of the realm of possibility because I definitely felt it. I am feeling it. I don't know about anybody else, but I know at not all the time and not every day, but I am feeling it. Yes, El Sunray. Yes. And what I'm picking up on is like the Arcturians send, I'm just taking the extraterrestrials as an example, but I think it goes way higher and way more. They're all trying to have the best intentions for us. I'm not even the evil ones on the higher density planes that are not at war have their own agenda, right? Even the Pleiades, the Lyrans, the this ones, the that ones. They're all working together, but they all have their own agenda. And I feel like when you put your will of intention into something that you want and you send it in frequency, as it densifies, there can be a loss in translation in the frequency, in my estimation, because not everybody is of the Arcturian paradigm or of the Palladian paradigm or of this paradigm or that paradigm. And no matter who, whether you're cognizant or not, the normal people, they don't understand the Arcturians. They could give a fuck about Palladians. They're not interested in any of that. They don't know why they're getting their epiphanies, but what kind of epiphanies are they getting? And I'm not saying it's not of the light, but what intention is it having? And is it being steered by a program and a narrative to have these people and those people? And that begins a separation of source. In itself, that's a separation. Sure, you can identify with anything that you choose to want to be, but you are all things. So we're still separating. And even in the higher densities, there are separate beings that do help us. There's different classes of beings that help us. And I want to know where in there is interference, and I'm definitely feeling it. And I don't know if that's because they can't agree on what timeline we need to be on as a collective, because we all chose to merge and do this together. The one thing that Patty said that really hit home, it made me do a lot of thinking. I like when people make me think, even if I don't agree with them. But Patty made a point to say that we have parallel Earths, third dimensional versions, fourth dimensional versions, and all the other versions that are out there, and the other complexities. 4D is running backwards in time space. John Wheeler. I think this is John Wheeler. Maybe not. There's a couple of them that come to mind. Future proves past. Why would we be fourth dimensional conscious beings, even though we're in the third dimension, but we are merging. Most of us are in agreement that we're in 4D. Some people might not be, but we're still coexisting in both frequently, vibrationally. The weight of what Patty said of 4D is running backwards. That has more weight. That line held so much weight for me because automatically I thought, well, future proves past. But here's the caveat, you're not supposed to be looking back. You're supposed to be moving forward. So how does that actually work? Does that work? If Patty is correct, if Patty's correct, and the assumption is saying 4D is running its timeline backwards. Well, if time collapses on itself and time is concurrently happening, but in linear time space, it's running a backwards course. Are we taking 5D with 4D and trying to heal 3D? We already played out this already. But in superposition, those files that are out there right now, who the hell, we all knew about these things 10 years ago. 10 at least, longer for some. Why now? Why not 10 years ago? Why not 5 years ago? When we're trying to get it out there, like Pizzagate and all this stuff. Why now? Because we keep shifting. The leap forward, time collapses on that. Time's collapsing on it. What time is collapsing on it? The models only show you one avenue of collapse. If time's concurrently happening, we can't perceive this, by the way. Like, this is not the easiest concept to explain. But if you made a choice already in your higher self that you are a millionaire and you have all this great stuff, right? They're just things, it's material objects, but let's just say that material stuff because we can compute that. What we're trying to do is collapse that here. We're trying to go and go, oh, I want that. And that's all the way over there. That's in superposition. That's in another timeline. That's in a higher dimension. And now I'm trying to collapse it over here. Does that now make sense with the going back? 4D is reversed and we're going backwards. It's because we have to catch up with the time collapsing on itself. Future proves past. Your past is the moment that you're in right now. The future is being healed. You're already healed up there, and you're coming back in here to heal it in the now. I'm still trying to wrap that concept around my head, mind you. But future proofs past is showing us, even in the reconstructive reality, if you've read that book, please go and get it. It's profound. Fictional, but real. The higher self, androgynous self, before it became female and male and separated itself, came together and goes and separates up in 5D. So it has the ability to join and to pull out. Okay. Masculine and feminine come down to heal the lives that it played out in 3D where the decision was made in fear and not in love. So that higher aspect of that thing, whether it be the female and the male, they're coming down and understanding that's its life's review in essence. Why did I choose to go out and do this in fear? Now the higher self is kind of going back in like a 1984 loop and trying to heal it. Our higher self is doing that for us now. They're up there. We called upon it. It now it's highly entangled to us and a higher percentage point. And we're downloading the information that we need into the cellular network of our frequency in order to emit the new self. Download from the cosmos, from you directly into you. So your healed aspect is coming in and merging with you now. Why the future is proving the past in our 3D linear time. If you don't go by time, there is energy collapsing in on itself. And it's on both sides of the torus. It's the light and the shadow. And what I'm configuring is that there's interference in this right before it comes down in here. There's a little bit of static that is driving me batshit crazy. And I feel like we're seeing it somewhat on the Schumann resonance when we're looking at the field. Things are densifying, but it's not all the way down. We have those light spikes coming in, and it's starting to come down. Obviously, a download is what that looks like. That goes all the way down. That's information from the hires coming down into us. This stuff is where it's materializing, in my opinion. Look at that. The green is all the way up. There's more yellow lines, and there's more red lines where there never is red lines. We had 2 timeline shifts. I can't tell you what we're shifting to, but up and out. But what do you mean out? There's no out. No, there isn't an out. But what Patty kept saying that stuck with me is that every time we seeing these jumps, these leaps, the earth that in this now moment that we're inhabiting might become that dangerous in terms of its frequency, in terms of implosion, in terms of destroying itself, that we keep jumping onto another parallel earth and another parallel earth, trying to find a stable frequency. And not all the time are we staying in the same place for that long. We stay and then we shift. We stay and then we shift. And I think that's another reason why a lot of us feel stuck, because we can't bring and collapse material formed from the higher realms until there's at least enough stability in the field for it to manifest and become material. Or have the inkling of someone coming in and giving me the opportunity, and for the money to just flow with ease. All of those things are possible, but when we keep shifting, it becomes there's static that is involved that I'm feeling. I don't know about you guys. I don't know if that makes sense to everybody. I hope I make some kind of sense. I don't like not making sense. You could get high on this. No, I'm joking. Choo-choo. Choo-choo train. Choo-choo. I'm going to let that sit and dry. In the meantime, we have the, oh my, why? So Living Frequency is a really good Facebook channel. The Sovereign No. Ha. If the sovereign yes opens the right doors, the sovereign no closes the wrong ones completely without apology. Every yes you give to what's misaligned costs you energy, delays your aligned manifestations, and teaches the field that you will settle if pushed hard enough. This is where I think a lot of the trickery becomes a little too much. If it's not simple and you get lost, it's probably too much. Why the sovereign no is hard for most people. Saying no triggers old conditioning. The fear of missing out, the fear of offending or losing connection, the belief that turning something down means you'll have nothing better. But in quantum terms, a clean no is not loss. It is signal refinement. It's telling the field only send out what matches my command. The difference between reactive and sovereign no. Reactive no is defensive. It's rooted in avoidance or fear. Sovereign no is calm and decisive. It's rooted in self-regard and clarity. A sovereign no has no explanation, no justification, no over-explaining. It's simply the natural movement of someone who knows their value. Why the field rewards a sovereign no. When you refuse misaligned offers without hesitation, the field stops sending you low-frequency matches. High-value matches arrive faster because there's no energetic blockage or backlog. People learn that your yes is rare and meaningful, which increases its power. And what I will say about that is I just learned this. I should have said no over the summer to people for doing them a favor. That bit me so hard in the ass and hurt me so in words that can't even describe. And I forgive them. And they came from a situation of trying to take advantage. But at that point, I should have said no. And it's a lesson learned. I said yes, not out of fear. There was no fear there. It was just more out of like, I'm doing this for two people that I thought had my back, that I thought was thankful. I should have had my sovereign no. So lesson learned. Big lesson learned. This is where the intuition I was talking about earlier comes into play. The more of us that are tapped into our intuition, that can discern objectively, not with a biasy, like, oh my God, like the 47 is going to do this and it's going to end result that. False light. That standing in your value and your discernment is going to help you. Your intuition is going to help you know exactly what is aligned with you and what is not. And that does take practice. And I made that big mistake of trying to think that, I had people that had my back, that I had people that I can count on. And time again, I was getting little pings that it wasn't really so, especially with the bullet going through my window, and some other situations that came up in the years that I've been here that just really should have given me the red flag earlier on, but I kind of ignored it because I like to think the best of people and not the worst. And not to say that stuff can't happen to me and relationships don't fall and falter, but with that particular situation, I learned my sovereign no answer right there. I should have said it in the beginning. But that was the universe's way to decohere things and people, places that don't resonate on my level. And not to put yourself on a podium. Everybody has a frequency and everybody lands in a different wavelength. You guys are on my wavelength. I'm very thankful for you guys. And the people that are not on my wavelength are no longer in my locality in terms of they're not occupying my space. They're not feeding off of my energy. They are not using me for whatever means that they were using me for. And it doesn't need to be a bad thing, right? People use others for whatever their reasons are. It doesn't necessarily need to be evil. It's just, come on now. Taking advantage is another thing. And that's where I needed to step in on my journey of valuing myself, even in my last relationship, and saying, well, this is not, doesn't feel right with me. Why am I not speaking up? Or why am I holding this back? Or why am I not just saying no? I deserve better. I deserve love in its purest, rawest form. I deserve somebody that says I love you and actually means it from their heart. That's going to walk the trials and tribulations of my hardship with me and not against me. And when they say they're going to help me, they actually come in and help, and not, hey, guess what? If you see me at my lowest and I'm at my lowest and you're there through the dark, dim shit, and if you will last that dark, dim shit, you're going to see me on my rise and you're going to want that journey with me. Right? That's a confidence that I had to build up within myself that I didn't have. Well, I could do this alone and I'm not afraid, or I could do it with somebody that's going to be my partner in crime, my thunder buddy for life. I want a best friend more than anything else, not some, bedtime story. And I think it takes, and I think a lot of you fall in the same within your own life experience, that there have been people that are super nice, that are sweet, that are helpful, but they take advantage and they don't even see it for themselves, or they know about themselves and they just don't impart that truth. I honestly thought that everybody knew my intentions, that I have done things for people multiple times and everything was clear and crystal. And this one time something does bad happen and I get blamed for something that no idea how and who or what when happened. No one called me. That's right there the biggest red flag. I'm not called to ask what the hell happened. Assumptions are made, the gossip telephone calls are made, and then a rabbit hole of hell opens up. But if you're my friend and you know me for this long, why would you assume anything negative? If not just a sheer accident. Oh, because you really weren't my friend. You were just using me. Lesson from the universe. And I forgive them. El Sunray, yes. And it's not easy. I would say that that's one of the harder aspects. And I am young, but I'm not naive. And I don't necessarily belong in any facet. I don't. But somewhere within my being, I stopped looking at the good in people because that just screws me over. You know, like I know for my own self and people that actually know me, I have the best intentions for everybody. I want people to thrive. I'm not hiding or holding out on information. Um, I'm not just going along because my best friend has this opinion and I'm going to just feed their ego with it. I'm not doing that. You know, when you have to argue with somebody that always constantly thinks that they know it all, and no matter what the subject, the topic, you know, even the learned scientist, there is no right or wrong. Hey, Sparky! There is no right or wrong. There really isn't. And that sovereign no, you know, I'm glad that this article came out, you know, this teaching, because that taught me one of the biggest lessons that my soul needed to learn at this moment in time in my life. That was a big teachable moment in my life. And it's not to say I don't trust people. I just have to use my intuition in more of a fine-tuned way to make sure that what is being asked of me, or, you know, someone wants me, you know, even job offers and stuff, right? I don't know what my next opportunity is, but if I don't feel aligned with it, if it doesn't make sense to my soul, I'm not talking about my ego and my physicality. If I don't feel that it's going to be right for me, I know that I have to say no in a sovereign way, right? Like it's not, of course, Allison wants to feed herself and pay her bills. Like, don't we all? But if an opportunity doesn't land in the soul in the right spot, I have to know how to say no. I know my worth, I know my value. And sometimes we get tested with people that lowball you offers on jobs. Or, oh, you need a million things, accreditations and stuff when you have the experience. Like, I don't know. But I can tell you right now, I know people that know people that know people that don't have accreditations and still get to do their jobs that they love. But I absolutely love this sovereign no. It really rang across my ears. Very true the other day. Um, And it reminded me that that's a lesson, and no, I cannot now repeat that lesson again. I don't want it showing up, so I have to make sure that I say no with conviction. If something doesn't feel right in my intuition, I'm going to trust my intuition first. So the Hermit's Journey, which is really interesting to bring this up yesterday during that episode, honestly asking us when we shift to whatever reality we shift to, right? That's always a question of what. Don't worry, I'm shifting. I have a million versions of me that shift with you. So don't worry. I'm going to be in your paradigm at some point. But let's postulate this. Spirit brought me to that book for a reason. I still haven't figured it out, besides the fact that it wants us to look at why you want certain things to run the way you want it to run. If we want peace, prosperity, abundance, harmony, unity for all, don't you ruin my chicken. I'll let that dry there. If you know how to use your sovereign no, and you know how you want people to value you, you put that in your field and you emit it. But how do we do that for humanity? Because what Patty said in that video the other day also hit here. It hit here. Yes, we're individually shifting, and we're going to individually shift regardless. There's only to a certain point that you can shift to your highest self. There's always a higher, but we're limited in that expansion point just yet, because our contracts are bound to shift with everybody together now. Patty did say that. Even though you're individually shifting, you can only shift to a certain point that your soul chose. And at that point, even if you make the shift, you got to wait for everybody now that's alive and breathing to shift together. And from that point on, you can continue to shift to the higher, but it's stair steps. It's slow. That's crazy, El Sunray. If we honestly look at the contracts that we write, I question a lot of why I chose who I chose to have experience with, to have conflict with, to like, why would I choose this person, right? And we don't have that full picture because we are not in awareness of all the other lives that we are living and all the people that we're entangled with to a higher form. We don't have that info, and not just yet. We are in the remembering stages. A lot of us already have a great deal of remembering. More and more people are going to start waking up to more of it. It's going to come in waves, just like everything else. I mean, Hello. Hello. That's ridiculous. Never seen that. It's just like going back. Not this folder. It's just going back to this. Was that real? I'm making it real. I don't care how fake that is. Crazy for feeling. So again, spirit jumping out at me. And they're bringing me the things. And I read this yesterday, but it's worth going back into. The sight of things which do not belong to us is very apt to raise the thought. Ah, if that were only mine, making us sensible of our privation instead of that which we should do better by more frequently putting to ourselves the opposite case. Ah, if that were not mine. What I mean is that we should sometimes try to look upon our possessions in the light in which they would appear if we had lost them. Whatever they may be, property, health, friends, or a wife, a child, or someone else we love, our horse, our dog. It is usually only when we have lost them that we begin to find out their value. But if we come to look at things in the way I recommend, we shall be doubly the gainers. We shall at once get more pleasure out of them than we did before, and we shall do everything in our power to prevent the loss of them. For instance, by not risking our property or angering our friends or exposing our wives to temptation or being careless about our children's health and so on. Okay, mind you, Schopenhauer, very much like Nietzsche, came from a very, very different paradigm. So when they're writing this stuff, there is some shaky shit in there, but like take out the stuff that triggers you in societal ways. It's very true. I come to find in my own life, in some of the relationships that I've been in, no matter what role I played in the construction of the source code of how I had to play out a certain dynamic with someone, most people, some of my relationships, valued me more after the fact, after reflection, after going in and actually asking themselves some deeper questions, finding out different assumptions, answers, going, why didn't I treat her like the woman that she should have been treated like? One of my exes from a long time ago, we talk here and there. He said this to me. He's like, I did not at the time when we were dating, and this is like the one from a long time ago, value you. I was just using you. I told you I loved you, but it was surface level. I don't know. He's like, I did love you, but I don't know how deep that love ran until I lost you. Until, and you had every right to break up with me because I didn't value you. I didn't give you the things that you deserved from a man. Surface level shit. He's like, I was ranking in the dollars. And I could have done more to help you. I could have done more. We could have went out and did something instead of just staying in my little tiny apartment and cook steaks. He was Italian, by the way. Good cook. But he acknowledged he didn't, I don't require much. I want someone's time. I want to value time. I want to value experience with people. And it doesn't need to, I don't need to go on like a $8 million vacation and be in a yacht to enjoy somebody's company. No, I don't need those things. That's not what makes me happy. But like I brought up to him, I'm like, I wish you would have done a little bit more. But not from a financial standpoint, from a like actually being there standpoint. Like you're always ready to go to the gym. Always. Gym rat to this day. But you couldn't commit to giving me a few hours over the weekend. Take me out on a date. I usually paid the tip anyway if we ever went out. But he didn't value me. And he values me now more so than he ever has because he knows he lost me and he lost me forever and he can't get me back. Because I will never go back to somebody that only surface level valued me. Even if his like he 20 years later, doesn't matter. And he knows he hasn't really changed that much because he's like 45, 44, 45. Not in a relationship. You can't keep one because he's still in the loop. But he has admitted to me that he did not value me at the time. And he's like, I am so like he like honestly apologized like from the I felt it. That he could have done a lot better and treated me like a woman and treated me with more respect. But now and like let's look at the inverse of this, like the opposite side of this on my side. Did I value myself? Did I feel worthy? Was I just showing up to be in a relationship to be in one back then? Most likely. I was in the relationship for the wrong reasons. My mother was still alive and was very much up my ass, and I should have had more sovereign nose to her. Love my mom, but I should have like I'm like in my like early 30s, mid 20s at that point, mid 20s, becoming a woman. I should have said no. But again, I did what I needed to do for her, not out of obligation because I love my mom and I didn't want to see her harmed, right? But it's an interesting take on looking at those things and knowing like back then and being honest with you. I'm being honest. Like I don't think I valued myself like I value myself now. And even like 6 months ago, I now value myself. Like my energy has shifted. I had my higher self walk in. I value myself, my time, and my worth a lot more than I have ever in my life. I'm not letting anybody else walk all over me. If I feel, and sometimes you will get deceived. That's the lesson learned. And sometimes somebody is really, really tricky to figure out. But when we're looking on at this is what Spirit was like really driving the nail in my head, and it's still not clear. But reading these little interesting snippets of a book makes you really think, what do you value? And take stock of what that value is and how you want to be valued and how that mirror is going to be reflected out into the new world that we are creating. It's not enough to say, oh, hey, Tim. It's not enough to say, well, I'm jumping to the new timeline. I'm jumping to the new earth. And what is a new way? What is a new earth? What does it look like? We're writing it. We're recoding the matrix. We get to be the architects. We get to decide what we want in our reality. And on a bigger question, how do we want humanity to show up for each other? Because that has to be written within self before it can be written as a humanity and a collective. We're only going into a timeline and looking at what we want. And sure, some of us have humanity in mind for those things. Most of us do. Some people not so much. They're only going in and doing these exercises based on self and the needs of self. Sure, you can't pour your cup out if it's not full. I get that. What do we want the new world to look like in terms of society? Because it's going to play a major role in how you function in the outside world. That doesn't ever go away. Even if you go up to the higher dimensions, you still have to work with everybody, souls of every sort. So how are you working out? You're manifesting, you're collapsing the wave function, you going into superposition. What do you want humanity to look like and how to act? So what do you value? And in others as well. We often try to banish the gloom and despondency of the present by speculating upon our chances of success in the future, a process which leads us to invent a great many chimerical hopes. Every one of them contains the germ of illusion, and disappointment is inevitable when our hopes are shattered by the hard facts of life. It is less hurtful to take the chances of misfortune as a theme for speculation, because in doing so, we provide ourselves at once with measures of precaution against it, and a pleasant surprise when it fails to make its appearance. It is not a fact that we always feel a marked improvement in our spirits when we begin to get over a period of anxiety. I maybe go further and say that there is some of us in occasionally looking upon terrible misfortunes, such as might happen to us, as though they had actually happened. For then the trivial reverses, which subsequently come in reality, are much easier to bear. It is a source of consolation to look back upon those great misfortunes which never happened. But in following out this rule, we must be taken not to neglect what I have said in the preceding section. Schopenhauer doesn't mix words. He doesn't. He's more of a balanced philosopher in existentialism than Nietzsche. Nietzsche is not that balanced. In my opinion. The things which engage our attention, whether they are matters of business or ordinary events, are of such diverse kinds that if taken quite separately and in no fixed order or relation, they present a medley of the most glaring contrasts with nothing in common except that they, one and all, affect us in a particular. There must be a corresponding abruptness in the thoughts and anxieties which these various matters arise in us. If our thoughts are to be keeping with their various subjects. Therefore, in setting about anything, the first step is to withdraw our attention from everything else. This will enable us to attend to each matter at its own time and to enjoy or put out with it quite apart from any thought of our remaining interests. Our thoughts must be arranged, as it were, in little drawers, so that we may open one without disturbing any of the others. This is let's think about this. I'm sorry, I do this philosophy thing more than I do anything else. And I don't really share it that often. So it works very similarly when we're doing the quantum work. Because they're asking you if you are watching the Quantum Unfolding and Quantum Unlocked and all the other channels, that are out there, and they tell you to go in and do the breaths and not to visualize, but just to feel, and asking you for the one feeling. So choose that one feeling you're going to focus on. And that's the one that you are going to work with for an extended period of time. Like every morning you're going to do this exercise and you're going to feel that feeling only, right? Whether it be the weight of the world off your shoulders, whether it be financial abundance, whether it be financial sovereignty, right? Like if you're focused on the financial stuff, you're only focused on that. You're not focused on finding a partner. You're not focused on getting your dream house or a Malibu Barbie. You're focused on that one facet of the tuning in your broadcast. Right? It's like tuning the radio station to like one branch of music and only one branch only, because that tunes into your system what your focus is on. What you want in the field is what you are trying to collapse in that moment. Once you get the results you are seeking, that you're branching in that new self. And that new self is now focused in on that one facet of what you want. And when it starts showing up for you, then you can move on to the next tuning. And then you can move on to the next one. And that's what Schopenhauer in a nutshell is saying, that you want to focus. And yes, if you have a scattered clusterfuck of shit going on in your life, you don't know where and what to choose. That's when you need to go within. The hermit's journey is there for the reason of going within, taking a step back, and just going in silence, not thinking about the chaos, not thinking about the chicken. Chickens everywhere, chickens everywhere, right? We're not worried about the chickens. Worried about self. And then going in and doing the work to find out, where do you need to focus on first? Sparky, the paradigm is shifting so fast. A lot of people are starting to decohere from people that are not showing up authentically for your frequency. I cannot, like, I show up authentically. And I've been showing up authentically. I will say, in certain facets of my life, I put some masks on because I did not value myself the way I should have. Like I'm sometimes very like out there and blunt, but deep down I did not value myself the way I should have. I did not give myself the worthiness that I had been programmed to think less of myself. And I haven't shown up for myself in the ways, obviously I'm here and I've done a lot of growth in the last 10 years of my life. And even further from that. But the subconscious was running a lot of my programming and a lot of the suppression and a lot of the things hidden from my cognizance that would enable me to say, hey, fuck this. I am worthy. I might not see the results the way my brain wants it to be received or the way I expect things to play out in the world. I don't now have any expectations. I just live in the moment. I'm showing up for self. Yes. Right? And that's why I'm very transparent when I'm here, because I want you guys to know I'm not infallible. I'm not perfect. I'm going through the process just like everybody else. I'm not a guru. I don't want to be one because I'm not alone. And if someone doesn't say it and comes out with it, not many other people will. I don't know too many people that are transparent with their self and that are on a camera and spewing it. Not many people. There are people, but not many. Because, usually a podcaster is interviewing people and they're just getting someone wrote a book, let's talk about the book. Like, they're not giving their real raw self, which is fine. You could give your story, but I like to go deep because there are people that need another person to go, wow, I'm not alone. Wow. Not similar circumstances, but I feel it. And there are people who are confused because this is where the knock and the kick in the ass is happening. If I could say, some people out there 20 something years ago, the Bashars of the world, the Raws of the world, Dolores Cannons, there's a lot of people that have said there is a time, we just didn't know exactly when, things are really gonna fucking come and smack us in the face and give us a reality check, and it's now. It's now. I know I've been preparing for these moments for years. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of inflection. It's a lot of introspection. It's a lot of going in and going, what? Oh, wait a second. Oh, and it's okay to change your thinking. It's acceptable to be, I had a hard time understanding divine neutrality because people are like, well, if you're neutral and you're acting from neutral, you're not picking a side, you're evil. You're picking the evil option. Well, who the hell are you to dictate that to me? Mm. And you being here, Sparky, and just writing your beautiful words is helping as well. I said it yesterday on the Hermit's Journey that I can't do this without all of you because you add much value. And I value everybody who writes and gives advice. And it's a different perspective because we all come from different life experiences. We feel things, we see things differently. And that's the beautiful thing about this world. We shouldn't see the things the same way. There would be no contrast and no learning and lessons to have. Period. End of story. You might not agree with everything. You don't have to. I don't want anybody to agree until they go inside and drop it in here to know if it's yours. If it's not, let it go. I don't have my Elsa hair on today, otherwise I would sing. Let it go. That's why when people are pulling tarot cards and oracle cards, only take the things that hit here, not your ego. And I think more and more people are starting to use their intuition properly. Not that you weren't using it in the first place. Some people are not even aware that they're using their intuition. Or they passe that as that's a boo-boo concept. No, like a mother knows, like mothers like have motherly instincts. Like even dads have that kind of instinct, a fatherly instinct. Like you meet somebody and you have a daughter and you're like, oh fuck no. Right? Like I'm getting the bat and the gun. I putting my foot down. I'm not gonna breach my child's trust, but I'm on defense now and offense. Like we have those instinctual knowings, and I think more people are trusting it at this time. They're not just doubting their intuition, they're really questioning it. Some of us already use it constantly. We're aware of the gut instinct to the heart. Spirits playing with you, maybe? We're halfway dry. I can't do anything else until this dries so I can move it back to the easel. But this is we put some love up here. I did some two kitty cats last week. We did it some Valentine's Day fun. I should have did a groundhog. I should have did a groundhog. I'm sorry, I love groundhogs. I can't. I have a thing about them. But this sovereign no is something that I reading that really aided me in a bigger understanding of, okay, like you are allowed to say no, and it doesn't matter who is receiving that no, as long as you're standing in your value, your worth, and your conviction. That's all that should matter. There is a lot of energy going on in our reality right now. Besides the Schumann resonance, we are I love the spiritual cachet because it's very quantum-y termed. The last few days have been heavier than expected, not because something has gone wrong, but because so much has already changed. Many assumed the hardest part was behind them. So when this wave arrived, it felt disorienting, like a return to the terrain you thought you had already crossed. That contrast can create silence, a reluctance to speak, a kind of whiplash between where you have been and where you believe you were headed. This is not regression. It is stabilization catching up to transform. When systems shift quickly, the body and psyche need time to recalibrate. What you are feeling now is not chaos. It is pressure reorganizing into something more stable. As this unsettled energy resolves, the ground beneath you begins to firm, not through effort, but through alignment. What emerges next is not forced momentum. It is embodied flow. Movement that comes from being anchored rather than braced. The heaviness was not a detour. It was the final redistribution of weight before balance solidly returns. If you're a channel member, you know that the cards in the last couple of reads has all talked about somewhere in there, it sneaks itself in there, is about the flow. Big time flow. And this just validates that the cards are saying that's something that's in the field of energy that we need to pay attention to. I could say bodily wise, the last few weeks, sometimes you could see it when I'm here in front of you guys. I get a profound tuning. It's not just the tuning fork and the buzz in the ear that a lot of us get. It's shaking my brain, and it doesn't hurt, but it's like out of left field, and it does take me aback because it's a different feeling I never felt before. And it comes differently each time, but it's similar. And I'm like, yeah, that's been happening more rapidly. I'm walking around like either super wonky and expressive and like, I'm here. And then the other times I'm like, hi. Oh, yawning like a crazy woman. It doesn't matter how many coffees I have. It's not that kind of exhaustion. It's soul exhaustion. Also, the fact that today was a heat wave here in Northwest Indiana at 35 degrees. It felt like sun, literally. I never had this feeling before. It was a little giddy today. I woke up and I'm like, I layer myself to go to work because I have to get kids off the bus and I have to walk back and forth to the bus to bring kids into the school because I do all the grades. I don't just do my little ones. So I wear like fleece stretchies and then I wear my work pants and then I put on snow pants on top of that because the wind could cut right through you. And then my legs go numb. And then I wear my snowshoes, my boots, so I'm not slipping on ice in the snow. And then I change to like my work sneakers or my little booties, cheapies that I wear at work. So I bring a lot of crap to work. Today, I only had to wear 2 pair of pants. And I didn't have to wear like 2 sweaters. I wore this and then I wore my long coat. And my jacket. That was it. That's nuts. It felt like summer outside. Winter, summer. It's weird. It is weird. Very weird. I don't know about you guys. I don't know if you've ever witnessed like when you're sitting in the negatives for a long span of part of time, the highest it got here was like negative 20 or negative 30 actually. And it's been shifting between like negative 18, negative 25, negative 9, negative, 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 negative. And then all of a sudden it like hit 20 degrees yesterday and we're like, and today was 36. We're like, what? Wow. I was sweating. Yeah, it's crazy. Never felt that before. I know people that live further up and further north are probably laughing at me like, yeah, we were in our shorts today. But it was very nice to feel like, oh yeah, today was great. That's why that little raccoon was on my deck. He's like, I'm fucking hungry. Little baby P came out yesterday. I haven't seen him for weeks. He was chowing down really good. So thank you everybody that contributed to the cat food. I thankfully have enough. But between the birds, the raccoon, the possum, poor little Thor has to fight for that. It the energy though, we got a lot of placements. We have a lot of major planets hitting Aries. It's not going to be my Saturn return. My Saturn is actually in Scorpio, which is like fuck me city. But loop around the upstairs. I hate when they do this. They're like, you can't see me, but we're going to talk through you. Seriously, brain wiped me in mid thought. They just brain wiped me. See, I know there's interference. They're making me go back to this. Okay, I understand upstairs. Fine. Okay, embodied flow. We're getting there. We're getting there. Embodied flow. Once you know your worth, your value, once you feel like the heaviness, I've been feeling the heaviness because I'm not expecting nothing. I'm really not. But I still have the third, and this is what I went over with the real and raw. Like I have the third dimension still coming in. I don't know what to do with what to pay because I don't have enough for everything right now. Well, I'm not worried about it. But my what I'm working on isn't coming in. This is a question I had for upstairs. Can I embody the flow from the standpoint of, well, you're challenging me and you're compressing me. If there is no wrong way, there's a slow way and the fast way. I get that understanding. I'm going with the flow. I'm just showing up now every day. Hi, I'm alive. I'm thankful. Thank you. Thank everybody. I'm grateful. I know my value, my worth. I'm not going to settle for less than my frequency. I'm there. I'm in the flow, baby. With that heaviness is still sitting with Aries coming in to Saturn is going to enter soon into Aries and it's going to stay. That's going to affect everybody. It does it like people's Saturn returns. It's more of a fixed energy for them, but it hits all of us. Just because it's hitting my sun sign doesn't mean Saturn's hitting my like Saturn sign. My Saturn sign is Scorpio. Death and rebirth, baby. But it's still going to affect us, and it's affecting the outside world more than you would expect. And this is what I was trying to find to explain to you guys, a heavy energy shifting. Like we just had the full moon, and we had it in an air sign. No, we had it in Leo. It was a full moon in Leo, but Pluto, okay, it was in Aquarius. Gotcha. Here, let's just share this because I'm not going to make sense unless you see it. I'm not an astrologer, by the way. I don't want to pretend to be. So today, universe is saying to you, today, we are still in the full moon energy. Perhaps everything feels louder than usual. The Virgo moon quintux Pluto in Air Aquarius, encouraging us to embrace transformation as we may feel the old ways are no longer aligning. Okay, and most of us have already been through this cycle of not things having alignment and letting it go. But that's not hitting just us, it's hitting everybody in different timing. But it's really just the energy we're sitting in. Moon in quintux Mars in Air Aquarius may add restless, be mindful not to get in a loop of overthinking. And just when the energy feels overwhelming, Uranus stations direct Taurus. The degrees and all that does have a meaning. Ushering in a feeling of relief as we may feel a shift in how we see our stability and future plans. Today, stop trying to figure it all out and start doing the small, real things that usher in peace and tranquility. Clean your space, set healthy boundaries, take one step forward, even if it's messy. This tension you may be feeling isn't a setback. It's the universe encouraging you to align. The number 3 encourages growth. Today's reminding you that transformation often comes when you embrace your true, authentic self. That's the theme, guys. I am moving forward. Already arrived at the clarity and grace I give myself, and I believe I am. I'm sorry, I'm reshaping that phrasing. So I know that I'm not alone in the feeling that I have, that it is heavy. It is a little chaotic. I am like, what the fuck? You know, Allison style. Facebook wants to be stuck. Oh, I love this drawing. What's going on with Facebook? Am I glitching for anybody? I'm just making sure because things don't seem to be working on my end. Oh, could be spirit. That could be spirit. Okay. Because some of my stuff has been glitchy. Not lying. Okay. Thank you for letting me know. Because what? I I don't know what froze in my internet. I just want to find something really quick and link it in so that I have it. All right, I'm gonna mute just in case it's on. Hang on. I'm back. Okay. I keep mentioning this. I'm going to put this in the chat. Now, take this at face value. This is Patty Broussard up here. This is Patty. And this is the group that hosts Patty every once in a while. There's a lot of things in here that I do not align with. And there are some things that Patty has said that triggered the shit out of my brain to think. Right? Sometimes we need an inverse way of getting information or going in deeper. And Patty really challenged my ass. Not everybody's a Patty liker, because Patty can talk. I've seen Patty's evidence. I have spoken to Patty in person, like in on the phone. Patty has helped me out. We have to remember though that we are a vehicle of expression and it's just a vehicle. And we come in many different forms and many different facets, and who are the fuck are we to judge? Right? This and some other ones that Patty appears on, I have to go back and listen. There are things that Patty says that are a little over my thinking, but I'm going back there and I'm putting the link in there because there are some things that I'm still struggling with, but I kind of aligned with. Earlier, I mentioned about 4D running backwards. That triggered the whole mind fuck of, wait a second. That triggered that bigly. If and that brings back the future proofs past. Because if your future self is collapsing on you now, then that truth is holding now. It's proving it. But also the past is coming to the. But if we're moving, if we are spiraling, let's just say we're spiraling, there is that turn that comes back. And then time collapses on itself. John Wheeler's experiment, the thought experiment. So Patty opened some doors for me. I don't know if it's going to open doors for you if you do watch, if you choose to watch. Some radical stuff, but Patty has said this. I don't think Patty's even aware of the quantum mechanics that's involved in what she's saying. That in some realities, some of us already have jumped aka number 47, and is living out the Christian paradigm in third dimension sense. Patty talks about the 3D, 4D stuff. Patty's talking about like Patty's a bridge is just like many of us are the bridge. But here's the caveat. Patty works with Kim Gogan. I'm not a fan of her. To me, she's an Anunnaki plant. My daddy's Marduk. Okay, cool. And it's energy. Cool. I'm sure I lived a paradigm with you too, honey. Like that's spiritual ego. And not to say don't claim what you know you are. It's just how you speak it and put it out there. So that episode, I'm not even done with it yet. But what I got up to, some things you're not going to like, some things you're not going to agree with, then that's okay. It's just expanding of mind. And Patty does that for me. And I'm putting it out there so maybe it is for you. And it seems like all these like extreme light workers, like in Patty's case, she's also like collapse of everything. She's highly targeted as well. As am I. Not targeted in the way you think. So yeah, go check that out. Go check her out. There's something else before I move on to more reading. I really like this picture too, so we're going to share it. So I had this fascination reading Norse mythology way before I even understood string theory. I always had this knowing and this inner like pull towards that stuff, always for a reason. You're weaving your timeline. You're not discovering a pre-written destiny. You're standing at the loom actively weaving threads into the timeline you'll experience. Some threads must be cut, some must be tied, new ones must be added. This is conscious creation. This is timeline weaving. The embodied frequency teaches you the craft, which threads to cut, which to strengthen, how to weave consciously. You're the weaver, not the thread. I agree and disagree with this. No, you're not discovering a pre-written destiny. You already wrote it. You're living it. You are living it. What you are weaving into experience is what choice you made and what choice you're observing. You already are living it all. You're choosing which one to live. Just before you incarnated, literally before you incarnated, you chose your parents, you chose your story, you chose your circumstances, you chose your husbands, your wives, your children, your pets. You chose these things and you forget. And then you live your experience not understanding why you feel a pull towards some things and not a pull towards others. You are the architect of your reality in terms of your choices. You get to put things in because there's an infinitude of possibilities and potentialities that can exist within a timeline. It's not just one solid story. You could change your story at any moment, but you already wrote the results. You're just choosing how you're playing it out. So in one life, I am married to a very handsome, successful man. In another life, I have children. I have 4 children. In one life, I live on an animal sanctuary and I'm kumbaya-ing by myself on a tiny island eating coconut. It all exists. You're just choosing what you want in this consciousness in the now moment to experience, how you want to do it. So you're weaving those strings. You're pulling in the entanglement to the things that you desire already there for you to choose. Now you got to weave it in, and then it collapses, and then it formulates, and then atoms and subatomic particles start working. Entanglement starts happening with the people, places, and things that you now feel a magnetism to, drawn to, and things just start synchronizing. But in superposition, there's an endless menu of options, and you get to choose. You're at the buffet. You're at the $100 buffet. You could choose the snow crab and the lobster, but what is fitting on that plate? And what if you can only have, let's say, 2 plates of food for that $100? What are you choosing? Everybody's going to choose differently because not everybody likes snow crab. Not everybody likes lobster. Not everybody eats steak. Not everybody has the vegetables. And there, I'm not talking about low, shitty class frozen shit. We're talking about top cream of the crop items you could choose. And you go to that buffet and you have 2 plates you could fill for $100. What are you putting on that plate? Because you know you're going to enjoy it, savor it, and like, oh yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. This is the best meal of my life. Like, you're so excited. You could pick from the dessert bar. You got 2 plates and they're not small. What are you putting on your plate? And this is how you have to look at the things that are in the menu options of your superposition. And then once you know what you're going to savor and enjoy authentically and not falsely, that's going to be the best memory of your life, going to that buffet. You're going to tell every aunt and uncle every Christmas about this buffet and the experience you had. That's what that creative memory is going to do for you. It's going to be forever in the lineage of lineages that buffet experience was the totality of life right there. Those 2 plates, right? That's going to go on in a story in your lineage. I'm joking, but this is how you have to pick out from superposition what you want. But also have to understand that it's not acting as if, because when you say acting as if, you still don't have it, and it's coming from the lack option, that you lack it because it's not here yet. When you embody the understanding that you already have what you want, the frustration comes in when it doesn't collapse soon enough, when obviously we can't expect, but when the world shoves that bill in your face, or that electric bill that just soared up higher than you were expecting, or that inflation that you want a specific thing and now can't afford it, right? Those are the things that are annoyance. Those are tests. But you still have to survive, and you still have to be in the 3D. You still have to navigate this game. So that's where a lot of this comes into the fold for me in the moment is, okay, so they're telling you about the vision board and not to believe in it. And well, that the universe is going to throw you a bill. Okay, so not everybody has financial security to pay the unexpectedness. So what do you do in that time between collapse and getting? and having this detriment on your head. Oh, the universe got you. Oh, does it? Because it doesn't seem like it. Right? And it's not to doubt. It's just being realistic. It's just being realistic. What opportunities, what pings from the universe have you been getting? Leave it in the comments if you're getting anything. But do you understand, like, you already wrote all these potentialities for yourself. You're living them now. Just not in this branching of reality. And you choose the what you want, and then you pull it. By somatics, by your nervous system. And you got to get right with the self. You got to get right with your frequency and tune it into your heart space, and don't give up on the work because you're not seeing the results. We're seeing in the collective, the astronomy, it's a tool, but we're seeing the energy work itself out. We're seeing, I think, was it Neptune that entered Aries? No, Uranus, whatever the case. This stuff hasn't happened in a very long time. And now that it's cycling back, the world is changing. 10 years ago, that should have played out 10 fucking years ago with the list. We're still waiting on laptop results. Wilson, the volleyball. We chose this for experience, but we unfortunately, humanity, not us. We don't always get to say what humanity is going to play out, right? We're only one facet in the bigger cog. We're the grain of sand. So if the current of energy is going this way, like your little resistance to being like, but no, we need it now, ain't going to play out, because enough people have to have the resistance to say, no, it comes out now. But things have come out, and we are in the awareness of what some of the truths are, even though there's some, if you watch our British girlfriend with her AI Sage, she just went over and Nicki Minaj's like, yeah, you're complacent, honey gun, because you're involved too. You're just being forced to say it because you want to live, or you're still alive, or your clone still needs to have a function in this world. And that's not to say that other people, we have to pretend that, oh no, we have to make excuses up for 47 or for other people that were on that list. They're on that list, whether they were an asset of a CIA asset, whether they were working with the government to get intel. I'm not here to judge anybody. You did what you did for a story that we all wrote together to wake us up. No judgment here, and I forgive you. Why? Because you don't put food on my table, and I'm not worried about it. And those souls that were unfortunate in our understanding, that had to go through some heinous stuff, they wrote that into their soul contract. For what reason? I don't want to know. It's not my business. They needed that experience for soul growth on some level. Maybe they in another life are living now, are horrible, heinous people, and they needed to see the reverse and experience their own dishing out. Not my business. I know it's hard to detach emotionally on a humanitarian, human level, the things that we're seeing in this world, because we want to be just, we want justice to come to a fold. We want people to be held accountable. And this is really why I honestly started reading this, is looking at the bigger picture, at when we do shift as a humanity, as we are preparing our bodies, recalibrating, upgrading, shifting. A lot of confusion is happening with a lot of people right now because a lot of energy confusion is happening. We feel like we quantum leaped and then we're getting thrown back into the shit. There's always a reason for something for happening, and I don't have those answers. But what I will say is we really need to start forward thinking in terms of how we want society to look and function in the new paradigm that we are co-creating ourselves with. So I'm going to show up. I have Scott showing up and Ash Maya showing up and El Sunray showing up and Sparky showing up and everybody showing up. We're showing up. And we all have a similar way of wanting the things to happen the way that we want them. We want harmony. We want peace. We want prosperity. We want no more suffering. We want change, like long lasting, forever lasting change. That there's no more greed, aggrandizement, exploitation. We want things to flow and we want everybody to benefit, not just the elite or the people on the top. We're always going to have someone on the top. But we're now are reclaiming our power back. And I think we're going to all hold each other accountable in a respectful manner, not in a way. We're going to hold each other to a standard, but without expectation. Like, we're all going to show up for each other. And if someone doesn't, we have to look at the situation to say, okay, like, what's the circumstances? We're not judging them. We're just saying, hey, do you need help? Okay, cool. I'm going to give you a leg up. I can't do your spiritual work for you. I can't go in and do your healing for you. I can give you advice. I can navigate you through different modalities as anybody else. But at the end of the day, you got to do the work for yourself. No one's going to be able to do it for you. I can point it out. Hey, I think you should do this. It's advice. You don't need to take it. You got free will. I'd rather our society run in like that, where people are holding each other accountable. A waspy sort of kind of got it in that understanding at the end of the book with the different camps. They were talking about like the one camp. I'm not giving that camp energy, so I'm not naming it. But everybody had a role and everybody was working together, and everybody, if that community did not have resources that they needed, they went out to another community, and that community ran a little different, but everybody was harmoniously working together, even though, and that's a social memory complex. The people who really know how to alchemize and do holistic things and make, plant earth medicine, they're going to be in one group and they're going to have all these like amazing things happening. And people like me in the philosophy and in the structure of the spiritual stuff is going to be in another group. But then I also can branch off into the art group. I'm an artist. I'm very abstract. And then the engineers can go over here, and people have like minds and like interests that really, really feel that that's their passion. You're going to find those groups. You're not going to be bound to one. You're not going to be bound to one tribe. You're already in a tribe. You chose your tribe. Your consciousness is going to expand to the point where you're just going to ding, hey, Sparky, I need that recipe for this. And she's just gonna say, okay, cool. And I'm going to receive it in my brain. It's going to be great. And I'll be able to hold conversations with like 25 people all at once with different conversations. How cool is that? We're nowhere near that stage, but it's what gives me motivation to keep showing up for myself in the now moment, knowing that what we are here to do is restructure, rewire, refunction. We're not escaping the matrix. We are rewriting it. All of us together now. We are rewriting it. We are entering the next level of the matrix. We don't leave it. And I'm just calling it a matrix. You can give it any label. The system, the realm, the density, the dimension. They're all levels of experience. There are some worlds and parallel Earths out there that do not even, you wouldn't even understand their mathematics, and we're calling it mathematics, their number figures to their science. Chemistry might work differently because their atmosphere is different. But if your thoughts think it exists. So there's a lot of crazy things out there to experience if you want to. But you're still confined to the level of experience that you have a contract to, and you can't escape that. You can rewrite your contract a million times over, but the overall contract you have with Source, the only way to break it is to transcend. And even that you wrote. Yeah, it is very quiet. I mean, this is deep, deep, deep shit. It's deep. It's not easy to comprehend either. It is not easy to comprehend. But this is what Spirit is bringing through me and like cutting me off earlier. It's because we all need to understand, how do we want our society to function and how do we want the new world to look for us? We are writing it. It is important that we take that into consideration, that we're not just collapsing for ourselves. We are also bridging and rewriting the matrix for everybody. So we got to take accountability where accountability is held in authenticity, to know, what do we want people to show up for us as? I want people to respect me and to value me and to know that I'm going to do the same for them. But it needs to reflect in my nervous system, and it needs to reflect in how I'm weaving my new life and the world for everybody. And I'm not alone. I can't do this alone. It takes all of you. Mosh posh. It's a kitty romance. Mosh posh. Should I have made one Freya and one little Thor? Could you imagine? There's no way. That's not a match made in cat heaven. That is not. No, little Thor would kill Freya. And Freya's a little feisty, little sassy girl. But And what's coming February 17th? Ah, ah, ah. Fire horse. We are shedding our snake skins. We are shedding the false world, the false illusions, the illusions. We're shedding it. We're the last throngs of the snake year is upon us. Fire horse is breaking that damn disco ball. And soon. Not only that, it's on a eclipse. So you think the energies are heavy now. This is a wild, wild month. And the only thing we could do in the moment of now is to give ourselves compassion and grace, to breathe, to ground, and to understand that things are going to play out the way they're going to play out because we all chose that timeline. And we're just merging to different realities right now. So don't get upset if your Mandela effect happens. You shift in realities, and we've shifted a whole shitload in the last 3 to 5 years. It's bananas. We also have solar flares. Uh, and they've been coming in. Which one is this? We had a 8.11 solar flare. We've been getting hit. Right, because we all have to step into the authenticity, Ashmaya, and I'm glad you said that. Because this is the time where the illusion is dropping. That's not to say that the false light and I don't believe necessarily anymore in that false light shit. It's just another program that we need to discern from. Not we don't got to label it negative. I think more people at this moment in time are actually looking at the conspiracy people like myself and some others, almost all of us, that regardless of, you don't need to believe in every one of them. You don't. We were presented evidence and we chose to go within with it and to do some digging. We understand it, but if you remember your other selves and what your future self, your higher dimensional selves are giving you, you already knew because you wrote it. And everybody's playing a role. And the it's more what we're experiencing now is more about lessons, about how we can't just give our power away, no matter if it's a president, a monarch, or a fucking groundhog. Stop giving your power away when you have the truth within you and the answers. Now, not every answer is going to be answered in this lifetime, no. But what threw me off and what really started to like rip the band-aid off me as I take the smock off in the moment is that we've heard people say, well, they have it all. They have it all. Okay, if they have it all, if I did some fucked up shit in the middle of the street, I would be in jail right now. No one would bail me out, and I would have to stay there until I rot. Well, these other people that can, oh, I got $1 million here, are going to put in the pot, and we're going to put it in your pocket, I'm going to put it in your pocket, and these people get away with shit. And then it hides and it sits, and then we have to gather more information. We have to go to Rico. We got to go this way and that way, and these people keep living their lives if they're alive. We don't know. And that's the lie in itself. I can't stand. Why are you perpetuating shit if most of these people have already been taken out? If it's true, just postulate this. Right? And I'm not for team anybody anymore. I'm team God, which includes everybody. I don't like the idea that, oh, the military, it's for our own good. And no, it's not. Well, humanity wasn't ready for it. That's an excuse. Yes, truth is at a frequency and everybody's at a different frequency. So if you already know the truth within your heart space, you don't need to give the energy anymore to that paradigm of illusion. The gratification that everybody's feeling right now, I would ignore it. You already know the truth. You already know the people, the conspirators, the people that did the behind the scenes, and then going to be some what? That kind of crap will happen too. But if they had everything, they should have already released it. It shouldn't be a secret. It shouldn't be hidden for years. Oh, it has to be in the right timing. We already know it, so it already happened in our timeline. Why are you falsifying shit? Why are you allowing the illusion to keep illusioning? That's why I can't play in the game anymore. That's why I can't watch the movie anymore. Not because I'm not curious and interested. I gave a little peek here and there. I mean, it's all over my feed. I don't have a choice because I like to see what's going on. But we need to be realistic with ourselves. If we're the bridges of the new earth, whatever we want to call it, we can call it Eden, whatever. We need to know, not tomorrow in this now moment, what are you choosing to rewrite it for and as? And I postulated this and put this question out to everybody before, but now it's really hitting harder. How do you want people to show up for you? How do you want people to act in your reality? How do you want your relationships to look in your reality? Because if it shows up in your reality, that means it has to show up everywhere. So you need to do the work and value and know that you're worthy. And that's a forever working process and healing and getting all that stuff out. We're still doing it. Get it out of you. Find your power. Get your embodiment. I thought we are going to get a Freya bomb, but I not yet. I thought she was coming down. I also recommend going into the Curtis books, God, Man, and the Planet. Holy shit! Holy shit! That book will validate how you feel if you're in the same wavelength as me. Holy shit! Your authenticity is your fingerprint. No two are identical. You can study others, learn from them, be inspired by them, but you cannot be them. Your frequency signature is as unique as your fingerprint. When you try to copy someone else's pattern, you create static. When you express your own pattern, you create coherence. Stop trying to be the best version of someone else. Become the only version of you. Think about that and think about it hard. Ooh. Show up for you. Get rid of the masks. And it's to do it in a way like, we do put masks when we go to work. You have problems going on at home and you don't want that to like bleed out into your day and like carry that negative low vibratory state shit, right? And so you kind of put the fake smile on. I wouldn't do that anymore. But what I would not do is like, "Fah!" We don't want that either. You got to balance out your energy and come from your authentic self. Stop hiding that you have problems. Stop hiding that you have needs that are not being met. You got to be truthful to yourself. Like I said earlier, like I'm finding out a lot about myself by reflecting on the past, not living there, but going, "Oh, I didn't value myself. I didn't feel worthy of putting my boundary up and saying, well, I deserve better. I don't need a man treating me like garbage or like I don't matter or that I'm just there for booty and that's all. That's not how I want somebody to show up for me. I'm not asking somebody to pay my bills and save my day either. I'm asking somebody to walk with me through the hard times because when I get out of it, and if they want to be a part of it and help me through it, that's fucking phenomenal. That's what I'm looking for. A little help here and there, sure, but nothing detrimental for them. I wouldn't want to place anybody or put burden on someone else. Walking the journey when someone's at their rock bottom really is the biggest test because when somebody ricochets up and hits their height, well, you didn't treat me well when I was in my shit spot, so why should you even come with me on this trip of grandeur and beauty? And this is another social societal thing that we need to look at. You're always going to have these ups and downs no matter what dimension density that you express yourself in and that you're consciously aware in. You're always going to have a shift of ups and downs. It's how you react to them, it's how you value yourself. And when you get rid of the programming of the past, you do hit that black screen. Your computer's operating system, your brain and your body is deleting or Xing out tabs that are no longer viable for the new system. I've said this earlier, like a year ago, with the AOL dial-up. You are no longer going on dial-up. You're going on quantum speed. And there's going to be applications of betas and alphas of system networks that have to run itself to see if it even works. Buckshot! So guess what? Right now, I'm in the black screen. Because my reality is waiting for my collapse. So my higher self sees the results of the wish fulfilled, the wish already lived. The higher self that already has it. I'm merging with it. I'm in black screen. My computer, like I had a phone update this morning. My phone is almost 8 years old. Okay, you can't use your phone. You're on black screen and it's doing its upload, right? We're doing that every time we shift and we're getting these downloads from the Schumann residence and which means upstairs. You're at a black screen. Your operating system, your body is in a black screen or blue screen if you are in the blue screen of death, meaning your old self is really taking a fucking hike. buy and doing a hard shutdown. Fuck that. Some of us already had the slow rollout of the decoherence. Still sucks, still painful, still sucky. We went through the suck. But a lot of us are on black screen right now, and our brain are going, okay, we don't need that operating system gone. We don't need that programming gone. We don't need that tab open gone. X out, X out, and it's getting rid of itself as the other parts of the code is coming in and recalibrating you. We're being recalibrated. The new operating system has, you could tell when you get a system upgrade on your computer, you're like, ah! You went from Windows 97 to 99. You're like, what the is this shit? I can't tell you. Like, I used to be a Windows person, big time. And then I went to Mac, and it took me forever to fucking figure it out. That's what our body is going through. We're in a system upload. We're in black screen. Shit has not appeared yet. Collapsing the wave function, manifesting, whatever you want to call it, has not shown up yet. And if it is, the universe is giving you a little bit of a ping. I got some pings, right? The car is a ping. The help with the ping. We're getting little ping pings. Ping, 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 ping. That's so we don't give up on the mission. It's like little cookie crackers. Hi, Allison. You're in the right direction, but it didn't collapse all the way yet. Here's a ping. Right, but it's not fully here yet. So I got to keep my momentum in my frequency and my tuning. Okay, I'm in black screen. I'm in the null void. I'm in this. I'm in that, whatever we want to label it. We're almost out of the chrysalis. And in one paradigm, we're already out there living our best lives. But in this branching of reality and the consciousness, I'm in a black screen, getting refined. My operating system is closing tabs, and then here, let's install this. Now, after you do all of that, you are the architect. You are the coder of your reality. Now it has to render. Think of it as a 3D printing. Think of it in this analogy. This is from squarely upstairs. This is not for me. Allison's out of the picture right now. Upstairs. You want to build something. Let's just say you want to build a dragon sculpture. And dragon's right there. A dragon sculpture. Now you got to go into a computer system, and you got to draw out or CAD it through or go and get an AI simulated drawing made for you of a dragon that you like. This is going to take time because you want it perfect. You want every dimension to fit your vision. And that takes time. And then now you have to choose the colors. You got to look at what is there. Let's just say you have an infinitude of colors that you can 3D print this thing in. Okay, cool. Now you got to put all the colors in and put in the keys and put in all the stuff. Okay, great. Now you got to make sure that everything is finalized in the system before you press print. Now you got to look at the actual design of the machine and feed the material in properly to make sure the dragon is going to be rendered and made real. So once you got all of that done, now you press print. And then the machine warms itself up. It goes back and forth a bunch. It gets itself ready to go. And then it starts a little, yeah. And like 8 hours later, then you got a dragon. I'm just giving a scenario. I depends what age your machine is at. Do you see how long that process, even if even, I don't care how good you are, for anybody that wants to really collapse something into their reality, instant manifestation is rare. Like if I want like small time abundance, someone could send me the gift card to Starbucks. I already have them upstairs. And it don't go out much, so I don't go to Starbucks. But I'm just saying, like little pings from the universe will happen. The feather, the angel number, the coin, the $5 on the side of the road that someone dropped. Like now you got your abundance. That's little signs for bigger things to come. So you have to allow time. This is the frustration part for me of the rendering. Rendering can be divine orchestration. But in order for you to get there, you have to really take ownership of your authentic self and not waver your energy in any way, one shape, way, or form. I read the Sovereign No. I was going to paint, but now I'm looking at the time. Oh, Allison's busy talking. Channeling, channeling, channeling. All right, hang on. This is another one that actually piqued my interest. I'm just going to mute. Okay, the volume is off. I do not want to get my channel booped for bullshit. I did not see this yet, but I'm very curious about it. This will show up when you're about to win your 0 point reset. I'm going to listen to this tomorrow morning when I wake up. My brain is only a receiver. In the universe, there is a core from which we obtain knowledge, strength, and inspiration. Nikola Tesla. Where the hell do you think he got his inventions from? Your brain, like I'm channeling. I am getting information from upstairs. Where the fuck is that coming from? The quantum field. It's a field. The universe, God spoke it in. That's a field. I make it sciencey and spiritual at the same time. We love you. This right here is going to be worth listening to, but also, oh, pooey. This one is a very good one to listen to if you're really into thermodynamics. And I feel this, it's not the easiest to understand. I kind of get it because I feel the burnout, like the extreme fatigue. But it's good to listen to. This one also is very helpful. Right. A lot of these are very helpful. I like to do the meditations anyway, but not all of them align with me. But it's good to listen to and get some contrast. And there's a bunch of other quantum channels to listen to. This is not the one all and be all. But it's really helping me understand to a greater depth what I'm going through. And then what my brain does, the receiver, is it's asking the universe deeper, more clarified questions. where spirit led me to this book I had on my shelf for ages, and it's answering, okay, so we're not there yet, but when we do, how do you want society to be shaped? Go read some of this. I opened up to a page and there it was. Random page. It's important to understand what is happening to you and give it different viewpoints. The quantum stuff is helping me understand why I'm so tired. Why do I feel loopy? Obviously, the Schumann is going batshit effing crazy. Let me refresh. Oh, dear God. We are spiking again. Do 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 do. White lines. Woo do do do. White lines. Woo 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 woo. The little one that woo 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 wee. He did not come today. I have a little. Oh, and she doesn't talk. The cutest freaking kid ever. Cute. Like stinking cute. And woo 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 woo. It comes out of her all the time. This is a new venture for the electromagnetic field. It's a new venture. We're walking in uncharted times. We have never seen the green like that ever. If we could do the Sandlot like the forever, but just say never, that. I don't know if I kept. Oh, I might have the screenshot. Hang on. Okay, for example, this is what we're used to seeing. That's what we're used to seeing, the wee oo, wee oo, wee oo, wee 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 wee. Right? That's what we're used to seeing. I don't know if I have any more of those. I'm going to check. Yeah. Like this is what we are used to seeing. Is that. That's what we're used to seeing. And now we got that. You still see the wave, but it's reds, yellows, and the green's like, move it on up. That's a lot. I'm not gonna lie, the quantum unfolding might not exist anymore. Um, I honestly believe it's all the same thing, the same person, and just putting it in different categories of information. But you know, even I on the Real and Raw was like, I think that's also a program, but it's one that I'm running with because it makes sense to my brain. It makes sense to what I'm going through. I feel it, I understand it. And not everything out there is nefarious in a program. Your belief system is a program. Everything is a program. It's what you encode your intention to that program that matters. Is it of the light or the dark? You're still in contrast. You're still in 3D. The balance comes in when you understand how the game is played and the roles that are being played and who is playing them, and not judging it because it's all God. It's all for learning, expression, experience, teachings, learnings. And we got to detach our emotional states to things and only express those emotions when we are in a healthy state of mind and balance. And not in the hate, I want to kill someone. Frustration is going to keep happening. That doesn't go away. How you react and how you shift is what's important. It's all about your mindset. It's all about the mental gymnastics going on upset. Like, you got to be the Simone Biles goat. I don't care if she's a clone or not. Don't matter. That's surface level bullshit. What's going on in the news right now is distracting people. Yes, it's waking up a very vast multitude. I'm glad it's happening. But for people that are here to rewrite the code of the Matrix, don't get distracted and wrapped up in the outside circus and breads of shit that's moldy. I've been waiting on the popcorn eating forever. It's moldy, it's nasty, it's set. Well, maybe it didn't even decompose because it's modified. Just saying. Forward thinking right now is asking self, how do you want not just yourself to show up, but when you're thinking about your timeline? I agree with you, Scott. Not so much. So Brian is also grasping the quantum concepts, where I think a lot of them are still, because they're channeling from a paradigm that, like I was saying earlier, has another intention. It doesn't need to be bad. I'm not saying like Saint Germain is bad. I'm not saying that Arcturians are here for the bad, but there is an agenda steered towards what they want for us. Some of them are really trying to help us with letting us have our free will choice, but we already wrote that choice, already know. It's about us organically doing it with a little bit of like upgrades and stuff, but not all of those factions and they all have their own perception of what they want for us, and there is inference and distortion happening when it layers back down to us. I rather do the work understandingly in the quantum aspect because that is what's unfolding in our world right now. There's more experiments happening. Schrodinger's cat is like elevating. The pi number is elevating. Thermodynamics that's writing its new laws out right now. And it's up for the keeping. We ended a major and a minor cycle, and we're entering a major and a minor cycle. We ended 2 cycles and we're headed into the new ones, but we haven't decided as a humanity yet how it's going to look and play out because it's not written. We didn't pull it in just yet the way we want it. And how we want it is really up to us, the people who are rewriting the reality we're in. How do you want people to show up for you as you show up for yourself? If you, and this is the biggest test for initiation, your life is going to collapse in some facet because it no longer serves your divine purpose. People, places, and things are going to feel like shit when they are gone. It's mind-boggling. But this is where you are being tested to hold your position. Know your value. Know your worth. Own it in your embodiment, how you wake up every morning, how you're showing up for yourself every day. You are the architect of it all. Now we got to take responsibility as the bridges that we all are to understand what we want from society and how we want society to show up for us and us for them. That's a lot of asking. What systems do we not want? Do we want the Articles of Confederation? Actually, like looking at my states, Indiana, it's run by the mafia. Everybody's putting their hand in the pocket and everybody on the bottom is paying for it. I don't want the shit going back to the states if my state is not going to play fair. And the illusion that it's a red state, it's an illusion. Again, it's separation from source. What do we want our reality to look like? And it's going to be different for everybody, but in commonality, I want people to show up authentically. I want people to be their true selves without and being in that space respectful. I want people to have more compassion, more grace. People are going to make mistakes. I don't care how evolved you are still going to show up and make a mistake somewhere, somehow. You're going to say something still supplanted in your subconscious that it comes out and it hurts somebody's feelings. But are you showing up and apologizing and owning it? Are you using people? What do you want from society and how do you want society to show up for you? And that's what Spirit brought to me yesterday when I did the Hermit's Journey, because we really need to think about it. And the first step is really knowing how you value and how you take in yourself. And looking at the dynamics of your relationships in your life and knowing if it's time to let it go, it's time to let it go, like Elsa. It's important because what you are carrying now is the bridge and the frequency of our coding. You're in the black screen. So you get to choose, in essence, somewhat, what codes are going into you right now, how your operating system is moving on up. And I don't know if I want a forced shutdown by the universe, by my higher self, because I didn't listen to my intuition and I wasn't showing up for myself authentically. That's when you see people go out in accidents or being forced to do the work, forced to go into a solitude, forced to go in and think for themselves. We don't want those things. I don't want those things. It already showed up for me in those ways. Universe almost took me out twice. Literally killed me. Literally. Yeah. Literally. So I don't want that again. And the last 6 months, universe really was giving me those telltale signs and I didn't sovereignly say no. But now learning how to, because I now understand how to value myself and how to show up for myself and how to stand on my convictions with the people I deeply care about. We tend to be loosey-goosey with people in our lives that we care and we trust and we love. We're loosey-goosey. I have a lot of that with people that ask for oracle readings, but I don't have time. But I don't have time. I'm doing this, I'm doing that for my daughter, my son, my this, my that. I'm like, are you ever taking time for yourself? Why are you a welcome mat for everybody? Why can't you take time for yourself? And that time doesn't need to be an entire day or a week. It needs to be little spurts of moments during the day that you can inflect and ask yourself and check in with yourself. If I'm overwhelmed at work and I start feeling like The overwhelm, automatically my hand goes on my chest and I'm deep breathing. I'm feeling the world off my shoulders. I'm feeling it. I'm not imagining it. I'm feeling the frequency of like the relax. I'm recalibrating that echo from the past. It's trying to get at me, eat me, like Miss Pac-Man. And I'm retuning myself and saying, okay, I'm taking a check-in. Okay. We're still not dry yet. I might do another lovey-dovey buppy painting for Valentine's Day. I don't care if it's a Hallmark holiday, just like Halloween and all the other holidays. I mean, we got Fire Horse coming in. We got Fire Horse coming in. We got an eclipse on the same day. We got a lot of things going on and a lot of moving pieces. Love yourself authentically. Every particle of self. Love it. Even the little parasites that you don't like. Love them. It all serves a purpose. All of it. Every single shred. Love it. Hard. I get it. Seriously. Seriously, guys. Spirit won't shut me down and make me lose my thoughts if it didn't matter. Seriously. It's time to really look inside self and know your worth. We're not going just yet. I gotta refresh. Oh, hell no. You need to see this. Your beliefs are invisible glasses. You're not seeing reality. You're seeing reality through the lens of your beliefs. I'm not good enough. Lenses show you only evidence of inadequacy. Life is hard. Lenses show you only struggle. Same reality, different glasses. You can't change reality until you change the prescription. What lenses are you wearing? Time for an eye check. I'm going to leave that up for a minute. Really think about it. That's the work of the subconscious, the ego death, the dark night of the soul, the purging that we've been doing for almost a year, 2 years, 5 years, 25 years. Is really showing up for yourself and getting rid of these falsehoods that you've been programmed to believe. And the real struggle here is that our system of reality that we co-created feeds those lenses its prescription. It's not just you seeing the inadequacy, it's you experiencing it because that's the world that we chose to experience. Yes, we can change that, but this is big scale. This is not just small scale. Humans chose this to experience, like on massive scales. That's why when we're decohering, we're in black screen and the bills come in and you're like, well, I don't know which one I'm paying this month. I don't know if I can afford that. Right? It's not coming from out of like not believing that you're worthy of having. That's a reality you're sitting in right now, and not that doesn't change overnight. You're looking at your bank account, like $25,000 isn't showing up tomorrow out of nowhere. You got to do something to get it. You got to have an opportunity to receive it. The bank isn't just going to throw you $25,000. And if it is a mistake, you got to owe that shit back with interest, maybe. It's just something to really think about, that this is where the inference is with the work. You can't be naive to the reality you're living in either. You can't just willy-nilly like, yay, I believe and I am and I'm living and this is great and it's going to get here. And I'm chasing it. And I stopped chasing it and now I'm just, still as a cucumber, like waiting for the cat to jump. And now I'm magnetizing and all these opportunities are coming to me, but I don't see them. Divine orchestration, you got to wait. Okay, but your bills don't wait. Putting food on your table doesn't wait. Yes, there's ways and means and things to get done. But life isn't instantaneous like they pretend to tell you, that now we're in the black screen and we're rendering. Okay, how long does that take? Well, you got to show up and do the work every day. Well, I'm showing up and do the work every day. We're like, you know what I'm saying? It's not doubt. It's being realistic. If something's not working in your life and it didn't cohere, but it's still not working, is that a test? Like it's a mental fucking skate. I'm still trying to navigate it because I'm in that position of like, I'm being realistic. What do I pay next? Do I let my bank account overdraw? I don't know. I just show up every day and be Allison. That's all I'm expecting myself to do at this point. With enthusiasm and embodied power, damn straight. But that doesn't put $25,000 in my bank account. I'm just being realistic and I'm just throwing a number out there. But that's just, it's not doubt. It's just saying like real deal shit is happening now. It's telling you that that's a test from the universe. So I'm not really worrying about, I can't worry about it because that doesn't do me any good either. So I'm just sitting and showing up every day, but postulating like, how long is that black screen? The only answer you're going to get is from yourself, because everybody's black screen takes different time frames. How old is your operating system? Everybody has a different make and model of computer, but these things are really good to just process them out and talk it out. I don't want anybody thinking I'm sitting here in the lack mindset and survival. I'm not. I'm just showing up for myself every day. No expectations, just pure good vibes, frequency, excitement. Like coming down last night, I was like too exhausted to be like, okay, what am I doing today? Oh, Spirit dropped this on me. Okay, cool. Thank you. Schumann residence. Voila! Okay, let's talk about it. And we got to finish love. But your beliefs is something that you also have to look into as well. Not just believing in self. What is your self? And where is your systems of beliefs? And do you need to refine them? Do you need to get rid of some? You are allowed to shift your thinking. You are allowed to be an individual. You can think as abstractly as phenomenal, fanatical, sparkle sharts, and glitter farts as you want. You can. No one's stopping you. It's always going to shift. And it's okay, and you're allowed to shift. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. It's okay to be on team something one day, and you know what? That honestly doesn't align with me. I took a bigger picture. I looked at the expanded version of it. It sounded great. It looks great. You know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, it doesn't feel so great. You're allowed to shift. Don't let anybody dictate your reality. Don't let anybody onto that bandwagon train. Don't jump on it unless you know that you're aligned with it fully. And just like the quantum videos, the Dark Chosen One videos were really interesting until it began to become a little too much and a little too program-ish. The quantum stuff I listen to, I give everything a listen objectively. I don't feed anything unless I'm really like, oh, this is checking it. This is checking it. Oh, it feels good here. Feels good here. The check engine goes, I get the 3 little check marks, ding, 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 ding. And then I do the meditation if I warrant to do it. It's one of those things you have to go in and do the understanding yourself. I can't do it for you. This is what I really wanted to read earlier and I couldn't find it. No, I did. Don't worry, we're going to close out in a little bit. The law of clean departure. The sovereign no closes the door, but how you leave determines whether the old reality truly dissolves or whether fragments of it follows with you forward. I'm just putting my own words there to make it make sense for my brain. A clean departure is the art of exiting without residue. It is leaving in such... See, I get uploads from these people too. Same thing I'm on. It is leaving in such a way that there is no lingering energetic threads pulling at your attention, the emotions of your frequency. See these little stringle doodles? That's your string theory entanglement. We have cords. That's why witches will tell you to cut the cords or to unknot them or get rid of them. Why departures often stay messy? Most departures remain energetically open because lingering resentment or blame, needing closure from the other party, leaving physically but not emotionally, secretly holding on to what could have been. This is the human's insanity that a lot of us go through, especially in relationships, friendships, and like bonds with people. And this is human stuff right here. Lingering resentment or blame. Needing closure from the other party. And sometimes you are never going to get that closure. Or it's going to be a falsehood of a closure. You don't need that crap either. Some people leave physically but not emotionally because there is a still, and this happens more in relationships where your soul's connected. Soulmates, twins, karmics, that stuff is a real thing, and that is hard to untangle. When you leave like this, you're still tethered, and those tethers still slow your forward movement. Clean departure versus escape. Escape happens when you leave in reaction to pain, but keep carrying the emotional charge with you. Clean departure happens when you leave with neutrality, having already withdrawn your energy from the old reality. A clean departure is not about being the bigger person. It's about refusing to drag debris into your next creation. The frequency and mechanics of departure. If you exit with bitterness, guilt, or regret, those frequencies become the soil of your next manifestation. If you exit with clarity and self-regard, your next reality grows from clean ground. The field reads not just that you've left, but how you've left. Here's the practice. Withdraw before you leave. Before ending a relationship, job, or environment, pull your attention and energy inward. Stop feeding it with arguments, what ifs, or analysis. Now, if it's the opposite direction where a job lets you go, or someone breaks up with you, you weren't planning to break up with them, or your friends just said, fuck you, bitch. You can withdraw, just go into the neutral space and analyze what just happened. And not to say what if, it's just to say, okay, this happened and I'm gonna just let this go. Close the channel. Once the departure is made, do not keep revisiting or re-engaging through conversation, stalking, or replaying scenes in your mind. Not easy. We're human. But this is how you master this is a lot of work right here, and this is a big thing to master. Install the new frequency immediately within 24 hours of your departure. Step into an action, environment, or embodiment that belongs to your next reality. Not a distraction, but an anchor. I leave without residue. The past has no claim on me. When you leave cleanly, the old reality dissolves quickly with fewer aftershocks. New opportunities appear faster because your signal is unclouded. You feel lighter, cleaner, and more magnetic almost immediately. You can find this on my YouTube channel for the full read of that. Because there's always the humanness in us that even with doing that, you're still tied to things. It's learning to let go, let God. It's learning how to detach. It's learning how to refine your thinking. And that's not an easy task. And sometimes this stuff jumps at you to test you and to give you the lesson. So with that information, you can apply that to wherever in your life you need to, like, buy Felicia something. We love you, but we need you over there. So if anybody has anything going on, if you're going to be on a show, if you're going to do a podcast, if you are showing up somewhere, please let me know. Drop it in my linkies, in my sections, in my comments, so that I can link it and put it on the show notes, so that, like last week, I had Arnie and Buckshot in my link section because they did shows. Phenomenal show, Buckshot. Oh, we love him. And I like to support people. So if there's something that you do that you would like me to put and showcase for you, I'm more than happy to do that. I have Flew with Pour Patriot, Michael Zinn's information. I got Arnie's information. I got the people that support me. I support you. Um, so yeah, I hope that with what I'm talking about today, as heavy as these topics can be to understand, to just think about how are you showing up for yourself and really focus on the value that you have for yourself and look really deep inside to know that for yourself. How do you value yourself and how are you worthy for yourself? How are you taking care of yourself? And where can you show yourself some improvement? It doesn't need to be drastic. It doesn't need to be, oh, it's Valentine's Day and I want a big teddy bear because I have one. I have little like big Thor, seriously bigger than me. Um, it's not about sending yourself flowers and any of that. It's just asking yourself, how are you taking care of yourself each day? How are you filling your cup each day? And it doesn't need to be in the material world. It just needs to be how are you showing up and how are you gaining and garnering the respect for yourself? And if that's somewhere that you need to focus in on, do the work now. We are shedding that skin. The snake is just about shedded. It's almost wiggling its tail at this point, and fire horse energy is coming in to like blaze it all up. Fire, it's purifying it. We're in a time of immense, crazy, wonky, never experienced it in the physical capacity body before. Energy. Please be compassionate with yourself in the process. Please give yourself some grace. You're going to fuck up. I have already a million times. Give yourself the grace and just start over. It takes some people 2 seconds to get on that bike and learn how to ride it, and it takes people some weeks. Everybody's different, so give yourself some compassion. A lot of this stuff is not easy to do, and be real raw and honest with yourself. Because when you are, then the work becomes a lot easier. Maybe. But I'm going to leave it here, guys. Thank you so much for everything that you guys have done and do for me. Please go to my community tab. I'm going to show this really quick for the people in the back. We're going to go to my posts. And we're going to go vote for Freya. And you're going to see Freya, little cutie patootie pie. And you're going to hit this little button if you're on Facebook. And you're going to hit some more buttons, and then it'll count your vote. Voting for the top 5. So she hasn't been in the top 5 yet. She's in top 10. Let's get her to top 5. Let's get her there. I have her story here. I got her cutie patootie little pictures here. Yes, I happen to be in them a lot. But that's how you can get to voting for Freya if you're watching this later and you're not watching me live. For everybody down south that's been affected by the ice and the snow and the cold, there's more to come, unfortunately. I'm looking at the weather. Like, I'm a heat wave right now. It's 30 something. Well, I could tell it's 25 degrees. That's a heat wave around here. I don't mind the cold. I do mind negative 25. It sucks. Negative 15 sucks even worse. The snow is ridiculous. The frost and everything, the car, all of it sucks. But I don't mind it. Down south, you guys are not even used to it. So make sure you are dripping your sinks, that you're leaving cabinets open so that your pipes are getting the warmth from the house. Put your thermostats a little on the higher side when you're sleeping, maybe. I don't know. Just know that cold is not easy. It isn't easy, and I feel for all of you, and I hope that you guys you're getting your warmth at some point. Um, I will be live on Friday. I just honestly don't know what time. Work has been bananas. The kids are bananas. We love them, but they're being affected by this energy big time too, as we are. So give yourself compassion and grace. Sending each and every one of you love, like, compassion, grace, shielding, and protective energy. Sprinkle and seed your truths with respect. Like that path forward. Please don't forget to hype. If you have the ability to hype any one of my videos, please throw me a hype. I appreciate it. Also, if you're in the background and are not, you're subscribed, but you don't have the bell icon on, you won't know. And it doesn't work 100% all the time, but you won't know when I upload something or I am going live and you didn't check your social media, and then, oh shit, Ally, I just saw that you're live. Get the bell icon and notify yourself. And it's easy, it's free. Make sure you're checking out channel memberships. It's a great way to contribute, and I do channel content only members. There's my dyslexia. Please be safe, be seen wherever you are in the world. Thank you to everybody in the chat for contributing your wisdom, your advice, your love, your healing, your wise words of wisdom. I really appreciate, I can't do this without you guys. You guys rock. And I'm blessed to have all of you in my life, as I hope you guys are blessed and I'm here with you. My gratitude to everybody who's helped Freya, Lil Thor, and Baby P, and now a new raccoon. I have to give him a name. Maybe we can have a poll on Friday if he's back or hiding in the down here in the doorway. Well, we can name the little new raccoon that showed up on my deck today. And we got birdies eating his food. So I want to thank everybody contributing to Little Thor, Freya, Baby P, the new raccoon, and the birdies food fest. I can't do this without you guys, so thank you so much. Really, seriously, from the bottom of my heart. I'm blessed. Really am. And until the next time, have a blessed night, and I'll see you.